In late October 1922, the Blackshirts launched their march on Rome. Mussolini issued an ultimatum to the government, demanding state power. Terrified of widespread social unrest, my father, King Victor Emmanuel III, refused to sign the martial law decree. As a result, the cabinet collapsed, and my father gave in to the pressure, ordering a formal telegram to appoint Mussolini to form a new government. As a transmigrator carrying the knowledge of the disastrous path ahead, I could not stand by and watch Italy repeat its catastrophic mistakes. Just as the king's adjutant prepared to send the confirmation telegram, I stopped him at the door and walked into the study to confront my father. I placed a thick folder on the table and showed him over 100 photographs. These images documented the horrific atrocities committed by the Blackshirts, from the beatings and executions of government officials to the brutal murders of innocent elderly people, women, and children. My father was visibly shaken, but he still tried to defend his choice. He viewed the fascists as a useful tool to crush left-wing movements and stabilize the country, arguing that constitutional limits would keep Mussolini in check and prevent civil war. I rejected his reasoning immediately. I pointed out that the current crisis was created by weak, irresponsible politicians who constantly compromised instead of solving real problems. Handing power to violent extremists would only lead to far greater bloodshed in the long run. When he dismissed me as politically inexperienced, I openly declared my intention to take control myself, rather than surrender the country to madmen. Furious, my father refused to change his mind. Seeing that reasoned arguments would not sway him, I laid down an absolute ultimatum. I told him that if he insisted on handing power to extremists, a civil war would begin this very afternoon, and I would lead a rebellion to restore absolute monarchy. My declaration of rebellion stunned my father, King Victor Emmanuel III. Furious and in disbelief, he demanded to know what gave me the confidence to seize power. In response, I revealed the secret force I had prepared. I had built New Rome and created a 2,000-man security battalion as my personal army. With the start of the Blackshirt March, I had recalled retired veterans, assembling 10,000 well-equipped soldiers on standby. My forces had already blocked the Blackshirts advancing from Perugia along the Tiber River. My father warned that seizing power would plunge the nation into deeper chaos. I explained that I was not abolishing constitutional democracy forever, but establishing a temporary transition to restore order where paralyzed parliamentary politics had failed. When he threatened to place me under house arrest, I told him it was too late. I had already ordered my troops to advance at the scheduled time, and his house arrest would change nothing. To break his hesitation, I exposed the hard facts. I presented intelligence, showing that Mussolini had already conspired with my uncle, the Duke of Aosta, to replace my father on the throne if the king refused to cooperate. Mussolini was an opportunist supported by industrialists and landowners, whose true goal was establishing a personal dictatorship and sweeping the Savoy dynasty into history. I warned my father that compromising was not peace, but a suspended death sentence. If fascist violence triggered a communist revolution, the Italian royal family would meet the tragic fate of Louis XVI and Nicholas II. Shaken, my father asked what I wanted. I demanded that he declare a state of emergency, appoint me as regent citing poor health, and grant me full military and political authority alongside the martial law decree. He hesitated, arguing that Parliament and the political parties would resist a royal takeover. I assured him that I held enough evidence of systemic corruption among the political elite to neutralize their opposition. I had waited for the systemic crisis to reach a breaking point so the public would see the failure of the old order. The decisive moment arrived when the king's adjutant entered to report that an unidentified armed force was gathering outside Rome. My father realized my troops were taking their positions. Knowing that Rome would soon face a military clash if he refused, my father yielded. He quickly drafted the appointment letter and the martial law decree, stamped them with the royal seal, and granted me 3 days to resolve the crisis with as little bloodshed as possible. I took the documents and left the study immediately, fully confident that Mussolini would break under real strength. Stepping out of the royal palace with the regency appointment in hand, I felt the thrill of taking control of Italy. I immediately instructed my assistant, Lorenzo Sulmona, to summon the key generals for an emergency cabinet meeting. Accompanied by my guard captain, Peresi, I walked through the October drizzle directly to Chigi Palace to assume control of the government. The resigning ministers were initially shocked by the appointment of an 18-year-old regent, but Prime Minister Facta recognized the constitutional necessity of the situation. I presented the official appointment decree and asked the cabinet ministers to remain in their roles, temporarily to maintain continuity while I resolved the national crisis. With Facta's endorsement, the ministers pledged their full cooperation. Once the military commanders arrived, including Army Generals Armando Diaz, Giuseppe Vaccari, Giovanni Morelli, and Admiral Paolo Revel, I issued my first official decrees. I appointed Diaz as Minister of War, working alongside Vaccari to manage the army, while Admiral Revel took charge of the Navy. I retained all other ministers, declared a nationwide state of emergency, and announced that the Crown would never compromise with illegal armed groups. At 5 p.m. on October 29th, the Cabinet promulgated the National Emergency Law and the Disbanding Illegal Armed Forces Law. We issued a strict ultimatum. Black shirts surrounding Rome had 24 hours to lay down their weapons without penalty, while all illegal militias nationwide were given 72 hours to surrender to local garrisons and the Carabinieri. Any defiance would be treated as armed rebellion. The military leadership issued strict orders, forbidding any officer from contacting the fascists, and the Carabinieri and Rome police launched widespread operations to secure the streets and arrest rioters. To dismantle fascist influence, I seized control of Rome's newspapers, shut down fascist propaganda, and published the graphic photographs documenting their atrocities. The public exposure immediately turned popular opinion against the fascists across the capital. Next, I delivered a severe warning to industrialists and landowners nationwide, threatening heavy sanctions and fines if they continued funding the fascists, backed by visits from my intelligence operatives. Finally, I dispatched 2,000 motorized troops from my security battalion on a flanking route toward Perugia to capture Mussolini directly. Outside Rome, the regular army drove back the fascist vanguard, leaving the poorly armed black shirts demoralized and facing total defeat. My rapid countermeasures dealt an immediate blow to the fascist leadership in Perugia. Terrified by our decrees and the incriminating evidence I held against them, major financial backers withdrew their support, leaving Mussolini isolated. In a desperate attempt to bypass me, Mussolini called the royal palace to speak with my father, but General Cittadini informed him that all authority now rested with me and transferred the call to my office at Chigi Palace. Mussolini tried to intimidate me, warning that his black shirts and the socialists would plunge the country into total war. I dismissed his empty threats and reminded him that every crime committed by his followers was fully documented and would be placed entirely on his shoulders before hanging up. Defeated in his attempt to blackmail the crown, Mussolini wanted to retreat to his power base in the north and set up a separatist regime in Milan. However, his commanders, including Emilio de Bono, recognized that the situation was lost and refused to march their men to certain death under the stigma of treason. Before Mussolini could process this internal rebellion, de Bono rushed back to report that my motorized detachment was closing in south of Perugia. Mussolini immediately panicked and fled toward the train station. Mussolini issued a hasty order for his frontline forces to pull back toward Milan, but an unorganized force of tens of thousands without adequate supplies could not pull off an orderly retreat. When my raiding party reported that Mussolini had slipped away from Perugia to head north, I took immediate action to cut off his escape. I instructed Carabinieri Commander Giovanni Morelli to take total control of all northbound railway stations, hunt down Mussolini, and eliminate any fascist elements offering armed resistance. Simultaneously, I ordered the Ministry of the Interior to suspend civilian railway transit for 2 days and directed Rome Garrison Commander Fabio Chiappini to advance, encircling the disorganized black shirts outside the capital. Deprived of leadership, supplies, and transport, the fascist ranks collapsed overnight. While a few scattered into the countryside, the vast majority surrendered without fighting. By daybreak, over 40,000 black shirts were disarmed and placed in temporary holding camps with basic food and shelter. The dangerous march on Rome had dissolved in a single night, and my decisive actions firmly established my authority across the nation. On the morning of October 30th, I delivered a public address ordering all fleeing black shirts to surrender immediately to local garrisons, the carabinieri, or the police, or be branded as traitors. When isolated groups attempted armed resistance, our security forces met them with lethal force and swift arrests. Recognizing the government's resolve, illegal armed groups across the country laid down their weapons and surrendered. The Ministries of the Interior and Justice issued nationwide arrest warrants with massive cash rewards for the fascist leadership, triggering an extensive manhunt while our intelligence services tracked Mussolini's whereabouts. With the armed crisis suppressed, I turned my attention to the paralyzed state machinery at Chigi Palace. Endless paperwork and the corrupt habits of traditional politicians threatened to slow down my administration. To ensure efficiency and prepare for future reforms, I executed a swift and sweeping cabinet reshuffle over 3 days. Except for the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I replaced nearly all existing ministers and senior deputies with trusted, capable administrators from my New Rome experimental zone. The mayor and department heads of New Rome were promoted directly into government ministries. I gave the ousted politicians generous severance packages, leaving them without grounds to protest, while the public and opposition tacitly accepted the new order. I granted my new ministers 1 week to master their portfolios before rolling out nationwide reform plans. After days of relentless work, I returned to the palace for a home-cooked meal prepared by my mother, Queen Elena. My parents had been discussing my past achievements, including how I used my mother's identity at age 4 to open a Swiss account and later turned seed money into a massive fortune during the rubber bubble, which had funded my rise to power. After dinner, I sat down with my father, King Victor Emmanuel III, to discuss the nation's security architecture. I explained that the state could not rely on the regular army to handle domestic unrest continuously. I proposed expanding and modernizing the carabinieri and creating a specialized rapid reaction force to resolve regional crises swiftly. Recognizing the strategic value of the plan, my father gave his full consent, confirming that the carabinieri would remain under my unified command. On the morning of November 5th, I met with Carabinieri Commander Lieutenant General Giovanni Morelli at Chigi Palace. I commended him for the decisive role his troops played in suppressing the rebellion, and then outlined my structural reform plan. I divided Italy into 7 strategic defense zones alongside Rome as the capital, creating 8 fully motorized rapid reaction regiments of 2,000 troops each. These heavy firepower units will not handle routine civil policing, but will remain on standby strictly for regional crises. When Morelli asked about equipping such large motorized forces, I reassured him that vehicle and arms factories from my experimental zone in New Rome would supply everything. I ordered him to establish the command framework immediately. Next, I turned my focus to overhauling our intelligence capabilities. The recent crisis proved that state intelligence was far too fragmented across ministries, leaving the government blind to subversive plots. I summoned my intelligence chief, Basso, to create a centralized, independent intelligence agency, merging civilian, military, and private intelligence networks under my direct command. Basso presented a structure covering foreign intelligence, domestic surveillance, counter-espionage, and internal oversight. I instructed him to add a specialized technology department to develop communications, cryptographic tools, and surveillance devices. To prevent an unhealthy monopoly of power, I separated the agency from the Ministry of the Interior, placed it temporarily in New Rome, and added 3 deputy director roles to maintain institutional checks and balances. Finally, I spoke privately with my trusted assistant, Lorenzo Sulmona, and assigned him to establish a discreet public opinion bureau, funded entirely through royal expenses. I assured him that he would continue managing my daily affairs, as this bureau required covert coordination rather than formal desk work. I directed Sulmona to assign independent, compartmentalized informants across every province on rotating 3 to 5 year tours. Beyond tracking public sentiment, this clandestine network will gather concrete evidence on local corruption, civil oppression, and unresolved criminal abuses, serving as an uncompromised surveillance branch, reporting directly to me. In the afternoon, I met with Finance Minister Giulio Valcalli and Treasury Minister Marco Rinaldi to assess Italy's dire financial landscape. The figures they presented were alarming. Italy's total debt had reached 200 billion lira, with external obligations, accounting for 110 billion lira and domestic debt standing at 93 billion lira. Annual interest payments alone consume nearly half of our government revenue, while the fiscal deficit climbed past 10 billion lira amidst a depreciating currency and depleted gold reserves. Both ministers admitted feeling overwhelmed by the transition from New Rome to running a bankrupt state. I reassured them that we had strategic advantages and private reserves. I instructed them to avoid overtaxing the already impoverished working class and instead focus on fair corporate tax reforms that closed loopholes while offering long-term tax incentives to cooperative business owners. To redeem national land without immediate cash, I ordered them to collaborate with the Ministry of Agriculture on a dedicated land bond program. To cut government expenditures safely, I directed that civil servant expenses be trimmed and veterans' pensions, temporarily paid in structured installments, compensated by social welfare perks, such as free public transit passes. I told Valcalli and Rinaldi that I would take personal charge of securing major loans, urging them to demonstrate that our young administration could outperform the old political establishment. After concluding our fiscal review, I met with Foreign Minister Schanzel, the only veteran diplomat retained from the previous cabinet. I tasked him with leading diplomatic missions to secure fresh international loans from Britain, France, the United States, and China. When Schanzel expressed hesitation due to previous failed attempts, I explained that our political stability and decisive reform agenda changed the narrative. He was no longer asking for emergency bailouts to service old debts, but pitching productive investments for national reconstruction. Encouraged by my clear direction, Schanzel accepted the mission, and I invited him to dinner at the Prime Minister's dining hall to discuss the operational details. The following morning, I met with Agriculture Minister Ettore Rossi and Ferdinand Marchesi to tackle our critical land problem. Land reform was essential to stabilize public sentiment, fulfill broken wartime promises to veterans, and remove the social unrest that bred extremist movements. Rossi presented the national agricultural data. Out of Italy's population of nearly 39 million, 23 million were rural. Only 18 million hectares were cultivated, with another 5 million available for reclamation. The inequality was staggering. Just 1% of large landowners controlled 60% of the land, while half of the rural population owned no land at all. Regional disparities were extreme. The northern Po River Plain enjoyed mechanization and irrigation, while the center saw frequent land disputes over sharecropping estates. The south was in dire misery, plagued by drought, infertile soil, and entrenched large estates where 70% of families owned nothing. Southern farm households earned only about 2,000 lira annually, far below the subsistence threshold of 3,000 lira, driving mass starvation, debt, and emigration. To address this crisis, I proposed allocating arable land at a standard of 5 hectares per household, balancing soil quality and encouraging reclamation where land fell short. Marchesi and Rossi pointed out that the royal family, ancient nobility, and large landlords owned most of these estates and would strongly resist giving them up. I took on the challenge of persuading my father to surrender the royal lands first, which would force the aristocracy and wealthy landowners to follow. Rather than using scarce cash, I directed the ministry to work with the Treasury and Finance ministries to issue land bonds. When my ministers worried about landowners rejecting government bonds, I made it clear that cooperation was not optional and the bonds would gain real value as national recovery took hold. To ensure success for the upcoming spring plowing, I instructed the team to prepare practical support. I ordered the agricultural machinery plants in my new Rome experimental zone to mass-produce small tractors and tools for mountain and plain farming, distributing them through a lease-to-own model. We planned fuel subsidies, low-interest agricultural loans, seed stockpiling from domestic and foreign suppliers, and low-cost chemical fertilizer production from our experimental plants. With the agricultural strategy set, we concluded the meeting, and I prepared to summon Interior Minister Silvano Berti to overhaul the National Household Registration System. The Ministry of the Interior was the largest and most powerful department in the cabinet, but its household registration system was completely dysfunctional. Over 8,000 municipalities handled population data independently with inconsistent formats, leaving the central government blind to real-time population movements. This chaos severely impaired our taxation, military conscription, and public security. I intended to fix this immediately as a foundational step alongside land reform. I met with Interior Minister Silvano Berti, who was feeling overwhelmed by the massive workload of his new office. After encouraging him to delegate routine tasks to experienced staff, I assigned him the core mission of overhauling the National Household Registration System. Under the new plan, population data management shifted from municipalities to the provincial level, with standardized reporting directly to the Ministry of the Interior. We established a nationwide system providing one registration book per household and one identity card per individual. To ensure compliance, we introduced strict penalties. Without a valid registration card, citizens would be denied voting rights, social relief, employment permits, passports, and legal marriage licenses. When Berti expressed concern about resistance from entrenched provincial governors and the church, I told him firmly that I would crush any obstruction. I directed him to roll out the registration drive simultaneously with our upcoming land reform. Pairing the two policies ensured that local elites could not interfere without facing the fury of land-seeking citizens. I also clarified that provincial governors served the central government, not local factions, and any governor failing to enforce our policies would be removed immediately. To dismantle nepotism and patronage networks, I ordered the Ministry of the Interior to establish a unified civil service examination system. Technical and civilian posts would be awarded strictly through merit, with structured rotation paths opening promotion opportunities for qualified personnel. Finally, I instructed Berti to purge and restructure the unreliable provincial police force, which had shown dangerous opportunism during the recent crisis. To restore law and order, we filled vacancies by recruiting disciplined veterans from my new Rome Security Battalion and the regular military. Backed by a modernized police force and the Carabinieri, our reform officials would have absolute security during the nationwide transition. While I was driving state affairs forward, the displaced liberal politicians gathered at a Rome villa to plot against my regency. Former prime ministers like Giovanni Giolitti, Luigi Facta, and Antonio Salandra believed my young cabinet would collapse under the weight of Italy's national debt and lack of governing experience. Holding 272 seats in Parliament, they intended to block every reform bill I submitted to force me to come crawling back to them for guidance. Other parties and foreign nations adopted a quiet, wait-and-see attitude, wary of crossing my administration after the rapid destruction of the fascists. Unconcerned with the schemes of the opposition, I returned to the royal palace that evening to address the core obstacle of my land reform: acquiring the land held by the aristocracy. I approached my father, King Victor Emmanuel III, to ask how best to persuade large landowners to sell. When he declared it an impossible task because land was the primary store of noble wealth, I revealed my core strategy. I intended to distribute all royal agricultural lands directly to impoverished farmers free of charge. My father was furious, shouting that the crown lands were ancestral heritage and the foundation of our dynasty's security. He argued that if our reforms failed, the nobility would turn against us and leave the Savoy family ruined. I stood firm and explained that the era had changed. If a revolution erupted, a fallen monarchy would lose everything, while corrupt politicians would simply shift their allegiance to preserve their personal riches. The true longevity of a monarchy rested not on tracts of real estate, but on the unwavering loyalty of millions of common people. By standing with the public, the crown would gain unbeatable popular support, rather than remaining an irrelevant decorative figurehead. My mother, Queen Elena, joined us alongside my sisters and gave me her full backing. She argued that family lands were meaningless compared to the survival and future of the dynasty. I pressed my advantage, reminding my father that if our leadership faltered now, the enraged masses would tear down the monarchy entirely. I clarified that we would only surrender agricultural fields, pastures, and select forests, while retaining other assets, and I promised to raise the royal budget through the cabinet. Although still mourning the loss of over 200,000 hectares of prime farmland, my father softened under my flattery of his historical legacy and agreed to consider the proposal. Late that night, my parents came to my room after my father spent hours tossing and turning over my land proposal. They found me standing on the balcony beneath the moonlight. Assuming I was overwhelmed by the burdens of state, my father demanded to know what I had secretly been doing over the past decade to act with such boldness. I decided to reveal the true scale of my background. I explained how, starting with my mother's identity at age 4, I made £10 million during the rubber bubble. Before the Great War, I aggressively accumulated gold and acquired controlling stakes in critical European and American industries, including armaments, shipping, food, mining, and land. I also made massive fortunes, shorting the German mark and the Italian lira during wartime disruptions. I used these immense profits to construct New Rome, build industrial facilities, and train the loyal cadre that enabled me to dismantle Mussolini's march overnight. When my father asked how I foresaw these geopolitical and economic shifts, I attributed it to sharp political instincts and market analysis. When he pressed me on my total wealth, I gave him a conservative figure of several £100 million, concealing the full reality of around £1 billion and my ongoing market operations in Germany and the United States. The revelation stunned my parents. My father realized my personal fortune dwarfed the entire Savoy royal treasury. Understanding the scale of resources behind my confidence, he agreed to surrender the royal lands for the reform, but demanded equivalent financial compensation in British pounds. I initially pushed back, arguing that our capital had to serve as the nation's reserve fund if foreign loans from Britain, France, or America failed. My father tried to negotiate for half, but I threatened to bypass him and announced the donation publicly. Recognizing that our family had to remain united and that my foresight would secure Italy's future, we reached an agreement. I promised to transfer £20 million into his account, on the condition that he personally and publicly announced the donation of the royal estates to elevate the crown's prestige among the people. Delighted with the deal, my father fully embraced his supporting role, ensuring complete royal backing for my upcoming national reforms. On the afternoon of November 7th, my father, King Victor Emmanuel III, stood before tens of thousands of citizens in the square and made a historic declaration. To support my cabinet's land reform, he announced the unconditional transfer of 300,000 hectares of royal estates, including 240,000 hectares of prime land, to the government. The crowd erupted into wild cheers, cementing the monarchy's standing among the people. With public enthusiasm at its peak, my father formally stepped back and yielded full executive authority to me. I stepped onto the podium and delivered my first major decree. I announced an extension of the state of emergency, the suspension of parliamentary elections, and the start of a 10-year constitutional guidance period, to be followed by a national referendum on restarting democracy. I pledged that within 10 years, my cabinet would execute comprehensive land, fiscal, economic, education, and administrative reforms, adding a bold promise that every Italian household would own a family car within 5 years. The public response was overwhelming. Chants of support swept the square, and spontaneous marches flooded the streets of Rome. Tens of thousands of former black shirts from the holding camps, mostly impoverished war veterans desperate for land, joined the demonstrations alongside unemployed workers to pledge their loyalty to me. Watching the roaring crowds from the palace balcony, my father finally understood the immense power of winning the people's hearts. The following morning, our decrees sparked fierce political reactions. The Communist Party, radical socialists, and Republicans issued harsh condemnations of our monarchical dictatorship, threatening strikes and street resistance. In contrast, mainstream parties like the Liberals and the People's Party chose silence, adopting a cautious wait-and-see stance. To maintain our momentum, I released our official land reform proposal 2 days later. The plan outlined 4 core policies: allocating 5 hectares of land per household with provisions for larger families and free reclamation, giving top priority to military veterans and their families, buying out all private estates while protecting smallholders owning under 4 hectares, and financing the purchases through 10-year government bonds, redeemable for cash upon maturity. Fulfilling the broken wartime promises to 5 million demobilized soldiers secured the military foundation of the nation for our cause. Knowing that Parliament was silenced, I directed Agriculture Minister Ettore Rossi to organize a national conference and summon major landowners from both the north and south to Rome to face the new reality. While our land reform remained an open proposal, I maintained high vigilance. I ordered our intelligence network to monitor the large landowners closely. Because many aristocratic families held influence in the military, I specifically directed Generals Armando Diaz and Giuseppe Vaccari to keep army officers under tight control, especially those from the south. The 8th Army securing Rome was already staffed by my trusted officers, while General Diaz used his immense prestige as the Duke of Victory to keep the remaining 11 field armies stable. Meanwhile, I focused on drafting a comprehensive 5-year plan for all government departments. Across the country, zoos of our land reform inspired peasants and war veterans to form solidarity associations. This surge in grassroots organization alarmed the traditional landowning elite. The greatest resistance gathered on the island of Sicily, where 200 families monopolized all land and resources. The most powerful among them, Vittorio Saraceno, controlled over 200,000 hectares, while the Duke of Capodimonte commanded vast estates with private mafia enforcers from the Cuscia family. Terrified by the royal family's donation of crown estates, these oligarchs met in a luxury manner to plan their counterattack. While some suggested having the royal relative, the Prince of Pelagonia, plead with my father in Rome, others argued that the government could never afford a full buyout. However, Duke Capodimonte took a radical stance, declaring my regency a communist threat and openly advocating armed rebellion to preserve southern feudal autonomy. The Sicilian magnates sought to draw the Prince of Pelagonia to their side, arguing they were resisting my regime rather than the Savoy crown itself. They resolved to forge a united front with major landowners in Calabria, Campania, and Apulia, leveraging their political, financial, and military connections to force my compromise. Counting on the royal family's historical fear of civil war, Saraceno and Capodimonte prepared their resistance, agreeing to send Capodimonte to Rome as a front to deliver an ultimatum while secretly organizing southern opposition. Unlike the deeply entrenched feudal estates in the south, northern landowners were predominantly moderate nobles and commercial bourgeoisie who were open to selling their smaller, mechanized holdings if fair compensation was provided. Still, the battle lines across the south were drawn. Reports of landowner resistance across the country reached my desk at Chigi Palace. Unsurprisingly, few responded to the Ministry of Agriculture's conference invitation. With the combined ministries projecting a staggering land redemption cost of 150 billion lira, the prospect of defiant landlords resisting reform made an outright cost-free confiscation increasingly attractive to me. Finance Minister Giulio Valcalli and Treasury Minister Marco Rinaldi were deeply anxious. They warned that with Italy's currency depreciating and national credit shattered, issuing over 100 billion lira in new bonds would crash the exchange rate and cause landowners to reject them entirely. I countered that stabilizing society through reform would ultimately restore the currency. Meanwhile, Foreign Minister Schanzel's diplomatic mission had collapsed. Britain refused new loans over unpaid wartime debts, Washington slammed the door on negotiations, and France had no desire to aid an Italian revival. With international options exhausted, I turned to my private financial network. I summoned Guido Grillo, president of Starlight Bank, and Leon Ratelzi of Starlight Capital, my Swiss-registered investment empire. To avoid suspicion and preserve fiscal boundaries between the state and my personal fortune, I structured a £500 million syndicated loan through Swiss banking channels. Under this credit framework agreement, the funds would be disbursed in installments, starting with an initial deposit of £200 million into the Ministry of Finance by year-end to kickstart our reforms and rebuild international market confidence. To follow proper institutional procedures, I instructed Valcali and Rinaldi to take the government's collateral documents directly to Starlight Bank. Despite having exhausted standard state assets through previous mortgages, they followed my orders, though both were skeptical of the private bank's actual lending power. At Starlight Bank's Rome headquarters, Grillo received the two ministers warmly. When Rinaldi requested a massive 50 billion lira loan to finance national reforms and service land debt, Grillo executed my strategy perfectly. He stated that a single institution could not absorb such enormous risk directly, but offered to assemble an international syndicated loan with staggered disbursements under standard interest rates. Relieved to find a viable lifeline after being rejected by domestic banks, Valcali and Rinaldi accepted the terms, and Grillo promised formal approval within 2 weeks. At his Rome residence, former Prime Minister Giovanni Giolitti discussed the brewing Southern resistance with other liberal leaders. He and Antonio Salandra believed that our administration did not understand the deep-rooted feudal dynamics of the South, where state power had never truly replaced the authority of local landlords. They expected my regency to collapse under the pressure. However, Luigi Facta pointed out that our cabinet was operating in an orderly fashion, and by promising land, I had secured the loyalty of millions of peasants and veterans. The liberals ultimately decided to remain neutral and wait for a clear outcome before attempting to broker any political compromises. Back at the palace, my father, King Victor Emmanuel III, grew anxious over rumors of rebellion in the south and summoned me to assess our readiness. I reassured him that I had complete control over the situation. I intended to rely on the Carabinieri and my private security battalion, rather than mobilizing the regular army, using intelligence leverage to neutralize opposition leaders individually without causing a bloody civil war. To bolster my administration and alleviate administrative pressure, my father offered to summon members of the royal collateral branches and northern nobility to Rome. I welcomed this initiative, recognizing that their seniority, reputation, and loyalty would provide capable candidates to replace untrustworthy provincial governors. During our conversation, I also requested my father's approval to integrate my private security battalion into the Carabinieri forces to establish full legal legitimacy. With his consent, I met in the afternoon with War Minister General Armando Diaz and Carabinieri Commander Giovanni Morelli to formalize the reorganization. My security battalion, built over 8 years with dedicated reserve training, was restructured into the Carabinieri Provisional 1st Brigade, functioning as a reinforced, reduced-size division composed of 3 infantry regiments and an artillery regiment. Morelli and Diaz fully approved the integration, with Diaz ensuring its funding would be included in the upcoming military budget. Before concluding the meeting, General Diaz expressed immense curiosity about the elite force that had caused Mussolini's command to panic and flee overnight. Although I initially downplayed their uniqueness, Diaz's persistence as war minister convinced me to arrange an inspection tour. I invited both General Diaz and General Morelli to visit the camp, planning to use the demonstration as a preliminary step toward broader military reforms. I accompanied War Minister General Armando Diaz, Army Chief of Staff General Giuseppe Vaccari, and Carabinieri Commander General Giovanni Morelli on an inspection of my security battalion's military camp located in the northeast of the experimental zone. We headed to the shooting range to observe live target practice. The generals were stunned by the rigorous standards I had established. Every soldier engaged in daily shooting drills, with 9 rings set as the absolute passing mark. Vaccari noted self-deprecatingly that post-war budget constraints left the regular army unable to afford such extensive live-fire training. To demonstrate the unit's discipline, I had the bugle sounded. Within seconds, more than 2,000 soldiers assembled into perfectly aligned formations in complete, disciplined silence. I introduced the commanding officers, Paolo Cosentino, Lucas Salvo, and David Lazaro. General Diaz admired the unmatched coordination and spirit of the troops, observing that even pre-war regular forces had never displayed such precision. General Morelli requested some of my officers to assist in restructuring the Carabinieri, and I readily agreed to transfer qualified personnel. When General Diaz asked if my training methods could be expanded across the entire army, I explained that national military finances could not support it yet. However, I promised that once our economic reforms stabilized state revenues, I would initiate an army-wide overhaul covering modern tactical doctrines, advanced weapons, and full motorization. While the generals toured the training grounds, I met privately with Cosentino, Salvo, and Lazaro to formalize their appointments as commander, deputy commander, and chief of staff of the newly designated Carabinieri Provisional 1st Brigade. I instructed them that their expanded, fully motorized unit would serve as my primary strike force to crush any potential landowner rebellion during the upcoming reforms. During the evening drive back to Rome, General Diaz noted the superior firepower of the experimental rifles, submachine guns, machine guns, and specialized infantry artillery produced by my armories. I confirmed that these systems were developed under my direction and would eventually match the arsenals of the major world powers. The inspection tour successfully won the complete professional trust and respect of the senior military leadership. The following day, I was surprised to receive an invitation from the Duke of Capodimonte, who had traveled from Sicily to Rome to test my stance on land reform. Recognizing his massive influence across the southern aristocracy, I agreed to meet him. I instructed Lorenzo Solmona to arrange a private banquet at one of my hotels, while Basso compiled intelligence on Capodimonte's background. Over dinner, Capodimonte got straight to the point, asking me to abandon the land reform policy on behalf of the southern landowners. He argued that southern noble families had held their estates for centuries and that the original terms of Italian unification guaranteed their property rights. I replied that outdated feudal concepts had to change to improve the lives of millions of impoverished citizens. When he pointed out that other major powers modernized without seizing land, I explained that Italy lacked the industrial capacity to absorb over 20 million agricultural laborers without agrarian reform. I gave him an alternative. If the southern landlords refused to sell their estates, they would have to fund national industrialization and infrastructure directly. The Ministry of Agriculture would resurvey all southern land to eliminate tax evasion, raise agricultural taxes, and compel large landowners to purchase 10 billion lira in low-interest government bonds annually. Capodimonte protested that this amounted to outright exploitation and warned that pushing the South too far would provoke an uncontrollable rebellion. I laughed off his threat, remarking that an armed revolt would simply allow the crown to confiscate their centuries of accumulated wealth for free, saving the government 150 billion lira in land bonds. To shatter his confidence, I had Solmona hand him our intelligence files. The dossiers contained exhaustive evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, and violent offenses committed by Capodimonte and other key southern magnates. I warned him that if they declared rebellion, the leaders would face execution, their families would be exiled to Libya, and their properties would be seized. Any acts of violence against officials or the royal family would be met with absolute extermination. Terrified by my intelligence reach, Capodimonte asked if there was any viable way forward. I laid out a compromise. By accepting the interest-bearing land bonds, southern landowners would receive 10-year tax, exemptions to start new enterprises, and gain exclusive rights to co-manage regional industries and distribution networks. I instructed him to carry these terms back to the southern landlords, making it clear that refusal before our official launch would lead to direct, uncompensated land reform backed by severe judicial liquidation. On November 16th, my father, King Victor Emmanuel III gathered over 30 representatives from northern noble families and collateral royal branches at the palace, including his cousins, the Duke of Aosta and the Count of Turin. My father opened the meeting by explaining that millions of Italians were living in desperate poverty. He stressed that the royal family had already surrendered its ancestral lands, urging the nobility to unite with the crown and sell their estates to save the nation. However, several nobles pushed back immediately, arguing that land was essential to family lineage and suggesting that minor financial handouts to the peasantry would suffice instead. I intervened and rejected their naive proposals. I told them that subsidizing 20 million struggling citizens was an impossible financial burden for our deficit-ridden government. If the aristocracy refused to sell, the state would seize the estates by force. I warned them that failing to resolve the land issue would trigger a communist revolution like the one in Eastern Europe, ending in their ruin and the execution of the royal family. When my uncle, the Count of Turin, argued that Italy could simply focus on industrialization like other Western powers, I explained that unlike resource-rich colonial empires, Italy had no domestic purchasing power for factory goods until its impoverished rural majority gained land. I gave them an uncompromising choice: stand with the crown or face total defeat. If they resisted, the monarchy would rely on the 20 million peasants and 5 million land-hungry veterans rather than the old aristocracy. To secure their cooperation, I offered two lucrative conditions. First, their lands would be purchased at fair market value with government bonds. Second, the royal family and the Ministry of Finance would establish a national electricity monopoly, offering exclusive shares to northern nobles who cooperated early. When the Marquis of Saluzzo raised doubts about holding depreciating bonds, I revealed that our treasury was finalizing an international loan of hundreds of millions of pounds, which would stabilize the lira and guarantee their bond returns. My father added that cooperative families could also recommend capable talents for administrative posts in our new government, delivering a subtle warning to the Duke of Aosta. I gave the assembly 5 days to make their final decision. During the evening banquet, when the Marquis of Saluzzo asked where my forceful reforms would lead Italy, I pointed to the ancient Roman artifacts on the wall and stated that we would strive to reach the heights of the Roman Empire once again. The day after our palace conference, the northern landowners convened at the Count of Turin's villa to decide their course of action. Marquis of Saluzzo urged everyone to compromise, reminding them that the Crown Prince commanded the military, possessed terrifying intelligence reach, and enjoyed massive popular support. Declaring that his family would stand with the king, Saluzzo withdrew from the meeting. Under pressure to redeem his past hesitation, the Count of Turin declared his loyalty to the crown and agreed to surrender his estates, with the Duke of Aosta reluctantly following suit. With the major royal branches yielding, the remaining northern nobles scattered to deliberate. Meanwhile, on Sicily, the Duke of Capodimonte reported the results of our confrontation to the southern landlords. When an impulsive member suggested assassinating me, Capodimonte shut him down violently, warning that my intelligence apparatus had exposed every secret of their families, and that any attack would lead to their annihilation. The Prince of Pelagonia noted that northern nobles had already backed the crown, making armed resistance suicidal. To test the government's resolve without directly exposing Sicily, Vittorio Saraceno proposed instigating violent unrest in Naples. In the countryside north of Naples, the peasant rent strike movement was growing rapidly. At dusk in the village of Villanova, over 300 unarmed farmers and veterans gathered at their peasant solidarity headquarters. Suddenly, thousands of Camorra thugs unleashed a vicious massacre on orders from local landlords, slaughtering all 300 association members and murdering residents in neighboring villages. Fleeing survivors alerted local security forces, and my intelligence operatives in Naples immediately sent an urgent telegram to Rome. The report threw my father into a fury over the mafia's lawlessness. I recognized this brutal attack as a direct test of my authority. I ordered Intelligence Chief Basso to mobilize all regional agents to locate every perpetrator and mastermind behind the slaughter. I placed the Carabinieri Provisional 1st Brigade on immediate combat standby and coordinated with General Morelli to mobilize surrounding Carabinieri divisions to encircle Naples. Finally, I had my father order the naval fleet in Naples to enforce a total naval blockade on the port, ensuring that not a single killer or conspirator could escape justice. News of the massacre in Villanova spread across the country the following morning, sparking massive nationwide protests demanding severe punishment for the perpetrators. The conspirators in Naples had staged this bloodbath to test my authority and embarrass the government, but they completely underestimated the reach of my intelligence agency. Late that night, our local intelligence operatives captured key informants, uncovering the exact command structure behind the slaughter. While I publicly ordered the governor of Naples to investigate the crime to keep the conspirators off guard, my motorized Carabinieri Provisional 1st Brigade was already racing toward the city. In Naples, Mayor Raffaele Angiuli met secretly with Prince Caracciolo and Camorra boss Gaetano Adorno. Angiuli was terrified by the national outrage, but Caracciolo and Adorno arrogantly dismissed the danger, believing the crown would never dare confront the southern aristocracy. Even when reports arrived that regional carabinieri were gathering, and the navy had blockaded the port, Adorno retreated to his hilltop fortress northwest of Naples, convinced the government was bluffing. At 8 in the evening, Adorno gathered over 1,000 armed thugs inside the fortress. Unbeknownst to him, Brigadier General Paolo Cosentino had already deployed 24 75mm field guns and surrounded the entire castle under my absolute order to leave no survivors. At 8:20 p.m., the artillery opened fire, hammering the fortress with high explosives and cutting all communications. Shortly after, our infantry stormed the stronghold with submachine guns, light machine guns, and grenades. The ruthless assault wiped out over 1,000 Camorra members in 10 minutes, with our brigade suffering only 20 minor injuries. With the stronghold destroyed, Cosentino immediately sealed off Naples to execute a total political and criminal purge. Mayor Angiuli was arrested, and the provincial governor was detained for dereliction of duty. Backed by solid evidence gathered by our intelligence chief, our forces surrounded the Caracciolo estate and arrested Prince Caracciolo along with his family. We launched a nationwide manhunt for all remaining Camorra elements, supported by public reward notices. The sudden destruction of the mafia fortress and the arrest of one of the most powerful southern aristocrats sent shockwaves through the other prominent families, leaving them completely terrified and cementing my absolute authority across the South. I summoned the Minister of the Interior and Justice Minister Federico Moretti to handle the aftermath in Naples. I ordered the execution of the ringleaders, the total confiscation of their property, and the imprisonment of all conspirators. Those directly guilty faced severe sentences, while the rest were stripped of political rights and exiled to Libya. I also denied mafia families land allocations and compulsory education. When Moretti worried about international backlash over punishing nobility so harshly, I told him that nobles enjoyed no special privileges in my Italy. Outside Chigi Palace, I addressed a massive crowd of citizens and reporters. After calling for 3 minutes of silence for the victims of Naples, I gave a passionate speech declaring that violence would never stop our reforms for 20 million peasants and 5 million veterans. I urged the nation to unite and crush any future rebellion. Within 3 days, over 1 million farmers and veterans rallied nationwide under the motto of demanding weapons or land. Terrified by our decisive destruction of the Camorra and the total downfall of the Caracciolo family, the wealthy northern landowners rushed to the palace to formally accept the reforms. With the northern aristocracy backing down, smaller landowners across the north quickly fell into line. On Sicily, the southern magnates met in panic, fearing their ties to Caracciolo would bring charges of sedition and exile to the deserts of Libya. Duke Capodimonte advised immediate surrender. One by one, major figures including the Florio family, the Prince of Palagonia, Don Vito Ferro, and mafia leader Salvatore Cuscia abandoned their resistance. The southern landowners chose to yield and accepted my terms of managing regional commercial assets instead of losing everything. Agriculture Minister Ettore Rossi arrived at my office to report the flood of surrender telegrams from the south. I instructed him to construct a memorial square and monument at the massacre site in Naples, where I would personally launch the National Land Reform Rally. I ordered the Land Reform Decree promulgated for implementation in January, mobilizing civil servants and new Rome cadres for immediate land surveys alongside supplies of machinery, seeds, and fertilizer. When Rossi asked about church-owned lands, I realized handling the Vatican required delicate diplomacy. I decided to consult my father to avoid provoking a religious backlash while securing church compliance. The long-standing hostility between the Italian state and the papacy remained a massive hurdle. Ever since Italian forces captured Rome in 1870, popes had declared themselves prisoners of the Vatican, refusing to recognize the kingdom or the House of Savoy. To secure national stability and land reform, I needed to resolve this historical conflict through a complete separation of church and state. My father, King Victor Emmanuel III, disliked the clergy and doubted that Pope Pius XI would ever compromise. I explained my strategy to him. We would establish legal boundaries where religious faith belonged to God, while all secular governance, taxation, and judicial authority belonged strictly to the crown. To win over the Holy See, I proposed recognizing the Vatican as an independent sovereign state within 44 hectares. My father gave his consent, and I went to the Vatican to negotiate directly. During my initial meeting with Pius XI, he flatly rejected giving up the church's nearly 2 million hectares of agricultural land, calling church property sacred and accusing the Savoy monarchy of waging war on Catholicism. I remained calm and pushed back. I pointed out that millions of Italians were starving and that religious influence meant nothing if the people did not survive. I then presented my offer. Italy would recognize the Vatican as an independent sovereign state, freeing the Pope from his self-imposed imprisonment. In exchange, the Holy See had to recognize the Kingdom of Italy with Rome as its capital, renounce claims to the former papal states, and surrender all secular power and church lands. When the Pope still hesitated, I applied direct pressure. I threatened to investigate church abuses, raise taxes on Italian church property by dozens of times, and place the Vatican under strict travel restrictions, while offering an additional 100 million lira in cash compensation if he cooperated. Confronted with this decisive approach, Pius XI agreed to deliberate. 2 days later, I returned with Deputy Justice Minister Antonio Galassi to finalize the terms. We agreed that local churches could retain only 1 hectare of surrounding land. New church construction would require government approval, and Italian clergy would become salaried personnel under the Ministry of Religious Affairs. On November 30th, my father visited the Vatican Palace and signed the historic Vatican Treaty with Pope Pius XI. The state reclaimed judicial and secular supremacy. The Vatican became a recognized sovereign nation, and the Church relinquished its vast landholdings. This historic reconciliation stunned the nation and permanently cleared away the final major obstacle to our national reforms. On December 1st, our ministries publicly signed the loan agreement with Starlight Bank, securing a syndicated loan of £500 million from Swiss banks at 4% interest. On that same day, we unleashed a wave of comprehensive announcements across every department. We established the Central Bank of Italy, released the definitive land reform draft for a January 1st launch, announced nationwide infrastructure plans, cut business taxes with industrial subsidies, introduced worker welfare initiatives, and enacted strict new laws to crush organized crime. I issued a simple statement from Chigi Palace: everything is ready. The coordinated announcements triggered an immediate stock market surge and boosted the exchange rate of the lira. Massive, celebrating crowds gathered outside the royal palace and government offices to chant slogans. The public celebrated the day as Miracle Day. To efficiently allocate 18 million hectares of land and reclaim 5 million hectares of wasteland across 8,300 municipalities, the Ministry of Agriculture recruited graduating university students. These volunteers were trained in our experimental zones to manage land distribution and assist the Ministry of the Interior with simultaneous household registrations. Next, I focused on our ambitious infrastructure development. Italy had only 20,000 kilometers of mostly aging, single-track railways and 150,000 kilometers of predominantly unpaved roads. I instructed Public Works Minister Daniele Costa to double the national rail and road network over a 10-year period. All new rail lines were required to be standardized, double-tracked, and fully electrified. We planned ring networks, north-south arterial routes, and paved asphalt highways connecting every province and village. Additionally, we targeted the construction of 2,000 hydroelectric stations, 300 thermal plants, and extensive water conservancy dams to power our industries and irrigate farmland. When Costa grew nervous over the estimated 200 billion lira investment, I told him that annual allocations made the cost manageable, but strictly warned that any corruption or quality failure would be punished without mercy. When the public works recruitment notices went out, design firms, contractors, and industrial workers rallied to participate. Even leaders of the Northern Socialist and Communist parties, such as Arturo Labriola and Filippo Turati, acknowledged my methods and chose to pause their political opposition. Meanwhile, the judicial trials in Naples concluded. I immediately signed the execution orders for the primary murderers and mafia ringleaders behind the peasant massacre. To honor the fallen and demonstrate our absolute resolve to the world, I directed Agriculture Minister Ettore Rossi to ensure the Bout Memorial Square in Naples was finished by January 1st and ordered every provincial governor to attend the national land reform launch. December was an intense, non-stop month of preparation across all government departments. As the date for the National Land Reform Rally drew near, I traveled south by special train under armed escort, arriving in Naples after an 8-hour journey. I immediately met with my ministers and Brigadier General Paolo Cosentino to review the regional situation. Cosentino reported that our forces had thoroughly eliminated local gangsters, arrested hundreds of rural tyrants, and assisted Interior Minister Silvano Berti in overhauling the local police. I emphasized to Berti that the crisis had exposed how easily the traditional police force could be infiltrated. Moving forward, the police system had to be staffed strictly by dedicated, professional personnel, completely eliminating appointments based on personal connections. On the morning of January 1st, 1923, crowds gathered at the newly completed Villanova Memorial Square. Over 100 provincial governors and land department heads stood in the center, flanked by Carabinieri Commander Giovanni Morelli. Tens of thousands of citizens and journalists filled the perimeter. Justice Minister Federico Moretti led a solemn 3-minute silence for the massacre victims, followed by an emotional eulogy and a 10-soldier rifle salute. When I stepped up to the podium, I set aside standard political rhetoric. Standing before the memory of those who died for this cause, I reminded the assembled governors and officials that the future of Italy rested in their hands. I told them that regardless of party or background, they were public servants of the people. To emphasize the gravity of their mission, I stepped to the side of the podium and bowed deeply to the provincial officials. My gesture stunned the crowd and ignited an overwhelming wave of devotion. The governors shouted their loyalty in unison, and the surrounding citizens erupted into roaring chants of support. The following morning, newspapers across the nation ran front-page stories highlighting my plea to the public servants. The sight of a crown prince bowing on behalf of the common people sent royal popularity to historic heights, permanently securing the loyalty of over 60% of the agrarian population. With the ceremony concluded, our trained volunteers fanned out across every province and rural village to execute the land reform. General Morelli assumed unified operational control over the Carabinieri and municipal police. When isolated armed agitators attempted to disrupt the process in Sicily, Campania, and Puglia, our security forces neutralized them immediately. Taking advantage of this momentum, the Ministry of Justice enacted strict gun control laws, banning the private purchase and possession of firearms to permanently disarm southern mafia networks. With our security forces standing guard, the national land reform surged forward without obstacle. As our land reform decree and the Carabinieri reached every corner of the countryside, The long-standing despair of our rural population finally turned into hope. In the south, particularly on Sicily Island, the transformation was deeply moving. For generations, peasants had been bound to feudal estates as tenant farmers, surrendering most of their harvest to landlords and facing starvation during bad years. When our land reform teams, accompanied by the carabinieri and municipal officials, arrived in the villages to announce the policy, the farmers were initially stunned in disbelief. Having endured decades of empty political promises, an elderly farmer asked if this was merely a dream. Our team leaders patiently explained that the land donated by the royal family and acquired by the government belonged to them. Each household of up to 6 people received 5 hectares of land with permanent use rights, completely free of rent, along with extra allocations for larger families. When officials showed the sample ownership certificates where their names would soon be written, the villagers broke down in tears of relief. The desperate cycle of exploitation was finally broken. Across Sicily, Campania, and Puglia, men joined officials to measure plots while women prepared communal celebrations. In the north, the reaction was more cautious. Northern farmers enjoyed relatively better conditions than southern tenant farmers, and northern landlords were mostly commercial bourgeoisie, who preferred practical compromise over violent resistance. However, northern peasants initially feared that receiving distributed land might expose them to landlord retaliation once the reform momentum faded. As the government enforced the allocations under strict armed protection, their fears disappeared, and public trust in our administration soared. To ensure the success of the upcoming spring planting, we rolled out practical agricultural support nationwide. Local governments introduced machinery manufacturers, offering tractors and farming implements through affordable lease-to-own models. The Ministry of Finance partnered with banks to provide low-interest microloans, giving newly established smallholders the capital needed to cultivate their plots. Finally, the Ministry of Agriculture announced a flat agricultural tax of only 100 lira per hectare, with 0 extra surcharges. This fair, simplified tax replaced centuries of predatory feudal levies, filling farmers across both the north and the south with confidence and excitement for the future of our kingdom. Following the rollout of land reform, my administration launched major policy initiatives across every sector. In mid-January, I established the Imperial Central Bank directly under the cabinet, consolidating the issuing and policy functions of the regional banks into a single authority. To control inflation, we suspended gold exchange, canceled high-denomination banknotes of 500 and 1,000 lira, and phased out large coins within a 3-month window. The Ministry of Commerce and Industry introduced our Southern Investment Plan, offering a 10-year 50% tax reduction for companies investing in the South. The Ministry of Public Works initiated our 10-year national railway and highway construction on February 1st. Simultaneously, the Department of Labor stabilized labor relations by guaranteeing an 8-hour workday, overtime pay, and better safety standards without wage hikes. To control strategic resources, the Ministry of Finance and the royal family co-funded the National Development Group, led by my trusted managers Leonardo Vitale and Alessio Rossi. This group took charge of critical state utilities, including power, water, communications, highways, energy, and grain trading. We absorbed domestic and foreign lines to fully nationalize our railway system. We also launched the National Power Company, allowing cooperative nobles to invest through cash and land bonds while retaining government control. These measures ignited private investment, expanded northern industrial production, and created abundant jobs. By late February, the Ministry of Education overhauled our schooling system to eliminate our 30% national illiteracy rate, especially in the impoverished South. We made education strictly compulsory for both boys and girls through secondary school. We established a 5-year primary school curriculum, a secondary system dividing into classical and technical tracks, and university courses lasting 4 to 6 years, supported by 5 new normal universities to train teachers. Our rapid transformation drew international reactions. Britain praised Italy as a stabilizing bulwark against communism, and encouraged British capital investments, using us as a counterweight against France after the French invasion of the Ruhr. France, struggling with internal political chaos, viewed our Mediterranean resurgence with jealousy and suspicion, while neighboring Balkan states grew wary of our regional influence. The United States remained neutral, welcoming our economic recovery for debt repayments. Amidst these breakthroughs, I returned to the palace for a brief rest with my family. My mother, Queen Elena, praised my leadership, while my father, King Victor Emmanuel III, pretended to scoff at her talk of imperial greatness. When he dismissed the idea of an imperial title, I reminded him that nothing was impossible in our future. My youngest sister, Maria Francesca, ran in to greet me, giving me a warm moment of family comfort before I resumed leading Italy's resurgence. By early March, our land reform had progressed rapidly across the nation. Although the law prohibited the free purchase and sale of the newly distributed land, the peasantry had no desire to sell. For the first time in generations, they held permanent security on the soil they cultivated. Across every region, the rural landscape underwent a profound transformation. In the mountainous olive groves and hills of Sicily, fields once controlled by noble bailiffs were neatly sectioned off with white wooden stakes bearing the names of local farmers. Freed from oppressive feudal tithes, church levies, and exploitative rents, families planted wheat, corn, and beans with newfound dignity, supported by our government agronomists and state-funded irrigation channels. In the central region of Campania, our teams reclaimed mosquito-ridden swamps and formerly enclosed wastelands, leveling the terrain and digging irrigation canals to bring river water directly into the fields. Older farmers plowed the fertile soil with oxen, while younger men operated modern machinery, looking forward to selling their surplus crops along newly paved roads without being cheated by monopolistic grain merchants. In the northern Po River Plain, the monopolized rice paddies were returned to ancestral farming families, powered by newly installed river water pumps that ended the reliance on droughts and landlord whims. Journalists from across Italy traveled to the countryside to document this historic turning point. Near Lake Como, an independent reporter named Anna interviewed Gianni Bosch, a former sharecropper supporting a family of 8 on 5 hectares of fertile land. Utilizing a low-interest agricultural loan of just 2% from our state banking network, Bosch had acquired internal combustion tillers and seeders to cultivate his plots efficiently. When asked about his future goals, he expressed his desire to buy a family car and drive to Rome to thank the royal family in person. In the southern mountains, another reporter named Bruno observed the arrival of tens of thousands of specialized tillers and harvesters suited for rugged terrain. His investigations traced the equipment back to the Rome Agricultural Machinery Company in my new Rome experimental zone. His reports revealed that I had methodically designed, tested, and stockpiled this technology years in advance to ensure our agrarian revolution would succeed. Published widely in major conservative and nationalist newspapers, these first-hand accounts deepened public devotion to our administration and accelerated the momentum of national revival. With domestic economic reforms running smoothly under the new cabinet, I shifted my focus to our colonial territories, especially the strategic, resource-rich land of Libya. I convened a meeting at the Royal Palace with Colonial Minister Giovanni Amendola, North Africa Governor Giuseppe Volpi, Foreign Minister Carlo Schanzel, War Minister Armando Diaz, and the Chief of Staff. I announced a major strategic shift, transforming our colonies into integral extensions of our homeland. Because domestic improvements would soon reduce emigration to the Americas, we needed internal migration targets. Amendola cautioned that military conquest in North Africa was costly and had previously yielded little value beyond empty desert. I dismissed the idea of maintaining the passive status quo. I laid out a comprehensive plan for North Africa by establishing 5 formal provinces: Tripolitania, Cyrenaica, Fezzan, Surtor, and Ojdabia, synchronizing their legal status with the Italian mainland. I ordered Governor Volpi to advance our military posts south along lines from Ghadames and Tobruk through Sabah and Kufra to establish our borders. I instructed Foreign Minister Schanzel to press Britain and France on border demarcations, using the threat of withdrawing from the League of Nations if they refused our territorial expansion in the desert. To pacify and integrate the native population of 800,000, I outlined 5 foundational policies. First, merge nomadic tribes into centralized towns of over 30,000 people with allocated land, housing, and local municipal elections. Second, introduce industrial investments from our National Development Group in chemicals, construction, and desalination. Third, implement bilingual education in primary schools and full Italian instruction in secondary schools to remove cultural resistance. Fourth, settle 1 million Italian immigrants in Libya over the next decade. Fifth, guarantee religious freedom while recruiting 2 colonial divisions whose service would earn their families social privileges and administrative jobs. To launch the initiative, I allocated 500 million lira from tax revenues. Turning to East Africa, I unified our separated territories into the East Africa Governorate. I instructed the administration to explore mineral resources in Eritrea and evaluate agricultural potential in Somalia. Diplomatically, our priority was to build ties with the regent of Ethiopia to secure gold mining concessions, while quietly encouraging native populations to migrate into neighboring territories. To neutralize potential political threats at home, I appointed my ambitious uncle, the Duke of Aosta, as Governor-General of East Africa, accompanied by 2 capable political assistants to monitor him. I closed the meeting by reminding my ministers that even if the full scope of my colonial vision was not yet obvious, immediate execution would yield undeniable results for the nation's future. Following the colonial conference, I invited Foreign Minister Carlo Shanzel to the Palace Garden to discuss international affairs over afternoon tea. Assessing the Franco-Belgian occupation of the Ruhr, we agreed that Germany's economy was heading toward complete collapse. I directed Shanzel to instruct our embassy in Berlin to recruit top German scientific and industrial minds with competitive salaries and relocation guarantees. If elite researchers refused to move, we would fund cooperative research programs to secure critical technologies. Because Italy faced severe domestic resource shortages, I emphasized building long-term diplomatic ties with resource-rich nations. We prioritized securing oil from the United States, Venezuela, Romania, and the Soviet Union, alongside low-cost German coal shipments. I instructed Shanzel to initiate discreet trade links with the Soviet Union through third-party intermediaries before normalizing official ties. Regarding the ongoing Lausanne Conference negotiations with Turkey, Shanzel reported that we had secured sovereignty over the Dodecanese Islands. I authorized relinquishing other minor territorial claims in southwestern Anatolia to secure Turkish trade and mineral exploration rights. I set our diplomatic stance for the coming decade on low-profile stability, allowing us to focus entirely on domestic development. After Shanzel departed, I directed Intelligence Chief Basso to place the Austrian painter in Germany under discreet surveillance to track his political trajectory without interference. In May, a truck arrived at the palace gates carrying the journalist Anna. Having spent months documenting the land reform, she brought her unpublished photographs to display before the palace. In accordance with my standing order to treat visiting citizens with respect, the guards notified us immediately. My parents and I stepped out to inspect the collection. The vivid images of thriving fields, working tractors, and relieved farming families deeply moved my parents. My mother, Queen Elena, took Anna's hand before the gathered crowd, praising her as a role model and announcing the creation of a national museum to preserve these historical records. Anna was invited to join our family dinner, where she shared first-hand accounts of the countryside with my parents and sisters. My mother sponsored the exhibition project, appointing Anna to manage the gallery. As citizens across the country contributed further images from factories, construction sites, and research laboratories, the exhibition evolved into a national archive of Italy's revival. In mid-May, our troops advanced south along the borders of Algeria and Egypt to erect border markers. When our forces entered Jagbub and crossed into traditional Egyptian territory, they engaged in parallel standoffs with Egyptian patrols, while our main body continued pushing south. Simultaneously, our detachments crossed the southeastern Algerian frontier, encountering French border police. These maneuvers alarmed British Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin and French Prime Minister Raymond Poincaré, who quickly instructed their ambassadors in Rome to seek answers. Foreign Minister Carlo Chancel met with British Ambassador Ronald Graham and French Ambassador Camille Barrère together. Chancel explained that our troop movements were establishing clear boundaries for our North African development projects. He pointed out that while Britain and France gained vast former German and Ottoman colonies after the war, Italy received minimal desert compensation. Acting on his own initiative, Chancel presented an ambitious demand, shifting our borders south into Chad, above the 20th parallel north and east into Egypt, to the 26th parallel east. When Chancel briefed me at the palace, I commended his bold diplomatic initiative. I instructed North Africa Governor Giuseppe Volpi to maintain military pressure on the ground while Chancel negotiated. In London, Prime Minister Baldwin and Foreign Minister Curzon saw an opportunity. While protecting the Suez Canal, Britain decided to use Italy as a strategic pawn against France, following the French occupation of the Ruhr. Britain agreed to recognize our border expansion west of the 25th parallel east, including the Kufra region, and promised diplomatic backing for our claims over French Chad and Niger. In contrast, French Prime Minister Poincaré took a hardline stance, refusing any further colonial concessions to a second-rate nation and ordering French Equatorial Africa to reinforce its border patrols. Capitalizing on French intransigence, Chancel concluded negotiations with Britain. On May 30th, both nations published the Anglo-Italian Border Treaty. Graham endorsed our North African gains, and Chancel announced exploratory talks for an Anglo-Italian Mediterranean understanding. Although France's military refusal prevented us from securing the southern French territories immediately, I adapted our strategy. I instructed Chancel to support Britain in diplomatic disputes against France without taking unnecessary risks. This successful diplomatic push expanded our recognized Libyan territory by hundreds of thousands of square kilometers and earned Chancel royal honors from my father. With our North African strategy established, Colonial Minister Giovanni Amendola took charge of the Libya Reform Committee, supported by an administrative advisory team from Rome. We launched our initial pilot programs in the primary coastal hubs of Tripoli and Benghazi, aiming to expand inland and complete our urban settlement plans within 5 years. To ensure firm control, the initial mayors were appointed directly by Rome. We moved quickly to win over the local population. Our new policy granted expanded civil rights to native inhabitants, while Italian-speaking Arabs and Berbers were actively recruited into municipal civil service positions. Simultaneously, our National Development Group committed 1 billion lira to build textile mills, construction companies, engineering outfits, and chemical plants in Libya. We offered double pay for workers coming to the colony and triple pay with lifetime job security for those willing to settle permanently. In the coastal port towns, initial skepticism turned into hope as residents saw lower taxes, schools, and hospitals becoming a reality. Inland Bedouin tribes, accustomed to nomadic life, remained cautious of assimilation, yet many were tempted by free housing, food subsidies, and relief from frequent droughts. Many tribal elders adopted a wait-and-see approach, sending small contingents to settlements to test the government's sincerity. Conversely, the Senussi resistance in the Green Mountain region viewed our reforms with intense hostility. In an emergency gathering, resistance leader Omar Mukhtar warned his commanders that our economic concessions and promises of equality were far more dangerous than violent repression, designed specifically to erode tribal support. Mukhtar decided to intensify anti-colonial propaganda while maintaining guerrilla strikes against infrastructure projects. Rebel forces soon attacked construction sites near Benghazi, destroying schools and hospitals and inflicting hundreds of local casualties. Amendola traveled directly to Benghazi to publicly condemn the rebels for attacking civilian facilities that benefited their own people, while offering open negotiations if violence ceased. Italian doctors treated the wounded with genuine care, reflecting our strict directive for all colonial personnel to maintain a respectful, pragmatic attitude. as land allocations proceeded, and our administration connected local herders with commercial markets. Coastal support for our governance steadily expanded. While international observers dismissed our massive investments in Libya as a foolish waste of resources, this lack of foreign scrutiny suited my strategy perfectly, allowing us to quietly integrate the territory without outside interference. On June 17, Mount Etna in Sicily erupted violently, spewing massive streams of lava that threatened surrounding settlements. I immediately established an emergency management committee under the Ministry of the Interior, placing myself in command. I mobilized the Sicily Carabinieri, ordered the army garrison in Palermo to assist in disaster relief, and requisitioned convoys of vehicles, tents, and medical supplies from our experimental zone. At the foot of the volcano, the erupting lava quickly engulfed the villages of Cerro and Catena, destroying homes, crops, and livestock. However, the military arrived rapidly under the command of General Ettore Vaccari. The troops established an orderly evacuation, using military vehicles to transport women, children, and the elderly to temporary camps near Catania while distributing food and clean water. The local population was deeply touched to learn that the rescue operation had been ordered directly by their crown prince. Within 24 hours of the eruption, my special train reached Catania at dawn. I immediately boarded a military vehicle and rushed to the disaster zone alongside our medical teams and relief convoys. Stepping into the crowd of evacuees, I urged the people to stay calm and follow military instructions, promising them that the government would not abandon them and would rebuild their homes. General Vaccari reported to me on the front line that all villagers within a 10-kilometer radius had been safely evacuated with 0 missing persons, while the injured were receiving treatment from military doctors. I commended his prompt actions and insisted that the rescue forces receive formal public honors. I spent the day touring the temporary resettlement camps, comforting injured and elderly citizens who were suffering from volcanic ash inhalation. I visited the children's medical area to ensure families had sufficient food, shelter, and pediatric care. I addressed tens of thousands of displaced farmers from a makeshift platform, giving them renewed hope for the future. The following morning, national newspapers published photos and detailed reports of our rapid relief operations. The story of our swift intervention touched the entire nation, launching the largest public charity drive in Italian history. My father, King Victor Emmanuel III, led the movement by pledging 100 million lira to disaster relief, inspiring nobles and industrialists across the country to donate massive funds and supplies. While I focused on laying the foundations for domestic reform, critical developments unfolded abroad. In the United States, President Warren Harding passed away, and Calvin Coolidge succeeded him, opening a period of prosperity that aligned well with my American investments. On August 27th, War Minister General Armando Diaz brought alarming news. On the Greek-Albanian border, an ambush in the Caccavia region resulted in the assassination of Italian Army Lieutenant General Enrico Tellini and his 4-man reconnaissance team, who were serving on the League of Nations Boundary Demarcation Commission. General Diaz advocated for military strength to defend our national honor. I summoned Foreign Minister Carlos Schanzel to coordinate a combined diplomatic and strategic response. Looking at the map, I pointed out that the Greek island of Corfu sat just 110 kilometers from mainland Italy, holding the key to controlling the Strait of Otranto. I decided to turn this tragedy into a strategic breakthrough. I analyzed the geopolitical landscape to ease the concerns of Diaz and Schanzel. France was entirely preoccupied with its occupation of the Ruhr. Britain would not risk a war over Greece. The United States maintained detachment, and Greece itself was politically broken following its military defeat by Turkey. Italy held every advantage. I instructed Schanzel to lodge an initial protest with the League of Nations. If the League stalled, we would issue an impossible ultimatum directly to Greece. The terms demanded that Greece surrender all culprits and complicit officials within 1 month or permit Italian security forces to enter northern Greece to conduct trials and executions. Greece would also have to lower its flags to half-mast for 3 days, issue an official apology by the Prime Minister, and pay an immediate indemnity of 1 billion lira. After dismissing Shanzel, I directed General Diaz to secretly coordinate with Chief of Staff Giuseppe Vaccari and Navy Minister Paolo Theon di Revel to prepare amphibious operations for the simultaneous occupation of Corfu, Cephalonia, and Zakynthos, with strict orders to avoid civilian harm. I also ordered the repatriation of General Tellini's team and relief for their families. Next, I instructed Intelligence Chief Basso to establish contact with anti-military government factions in Greece to encourage an internal coup. Finally, I met with my father, King Victor Emmanuel III, reassuring him that I would manage the diplomatic fallout, without dragging Italy into a wider war, fully determined to seize this opening for our strategic expansion. On August 28, 1923, Foreign Minister Carlo Shanzel dispatched an official telegram to the League of Nations Council. In a composed and diplomatic tone, we requested a League-led multinational investigation into the assassination of General Tellini, with Italian participation alongside British and French observers. Secretary-General Eric Drummond convened an emergency session, publicly condemned the killing, and formed the commission. The investigation team included French Colonel René Lafon, Swedish and Belgian observers, and our representative Foreign Ministry official Matteo Rossi. Upon arriving in Athens, the commission encountered persistent obstruction. Greek authorities provided only superficial patrol logs, claiming critical border files were lost and border guards had been reassigned. When the team traveled to the ambush site at Kakavia, Greek border troops restricted their movements under the pretext of safety. Physical traces, bullet holes, and shell casings confirmed the ambush location, but offered no direct links to specific organizations. Furthermore, the list of suspects supplied by Greece contained only innocent local villagers, while border personnel records were withheld as state secrets. After 10 days of deliberate delays, the commission prepared a report, stating the culprits could not be identified. Matteo Rossi immediately protested this superficial conclusion and withdrew from the inquiry. When Eric Drummond contacted Shanzel to suggest attributing the ambush to nameless border bandits in exchange for a minor Greek apology, Shanzel firmly rejected the compromise. He accused the Greek government of lacking sincerity and demanded a thorough investigation within a 1-month deadline, warning that Italy reserved the right to hold responsible parties accountable. Drummond confronted Greek administrative leader Stylianos Gonatas, but Gonatas insisted Greece bore no responsibility, bringing the League investigation to a complete standstill. With the diplomatic groundwork established, I reviewed the mission records and summoned our senior military commanders to finalize our operational deployment. Army Chief of Staff Giuseppe Vaccari presented the battle plan. Under the overall command of Navy Minister Paolo Theon di Revel, the operation mobilized 40 naval warships and 6 submarines. The 17th Division of the 9th Army, based in Bari, was assigned as the landing force, splitting its brigades to seize Corfu, Cephalonia, and Zakynthos, with the 18th Division held in reserve. I approved the plan and instructed Revel to conduct the amphibious landings with complete confidence. To prevent foreign powers from detecting our preparations, I ordered the Navy to assemble warships incrementally under routine pretenses. Finally, I released arms and munitions stockpiles from my experimental zone to support the expeditionary force, ensuring our units were fully prepared for the strike. Following the stall of the initial investigation, Greece dismissed our firm stance, assuming Italy lacked the resolve to act. We deliberately maintained a period of calm to let their guard down. On October 9th, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs escalated the pressure by requesting authorization from the League of Nations for an independent Italian inquiry, citing Greece's obstruction. While the League reluctantly agreed to shift the burden, Greece vehemently protested, calling our actions political blackmail. Greece offered minor apologies, but we demanded our full terms: the surrender of the culprits, a formal public confession, and 1 billion lira in indemnities. When Greece attempted to shift the blame to Albania, the Albanian government quickly offered full border access to our investigators. We immediately demanded that Greece grant our troops and police the same right of entry. Greece refused, claiming a breach of national sovereignty. We directly accused the Greek government of orchestrating General Tellini's assassination to halt the border demarcation. League Secretary General Eric Drummond attempted to enlist British and French mediation. British Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon advised Greece to reach a financial settlement while remaining non-committal toward our appeals. France declined to intervene, and the arrogant Greek government severed contact with our envoys, viewing our diplomatic maneuvers as empty whining. At home, public outrage mounted. Demonstrators marched through Rome to protest perceived government weakness, and the Ministry of War issued a statement declaring the inviolability of military honor. While foreign observers and domestic press ridiculed our patience, I remained composed at the palace. To guard our northern frontier against any French reaction, my father secretly dispatched General Pietro Badoglio to Turin to assume command of Army Group North if necessary. At 4 a.m. on October 19th, over 6,000 soldiers from the 17th Division boarded transport ships in Bari, sailing under naval escort toward Corfu, Cephalonia, and Zakynthos. Our naval warships were already positioned offshore in slow patrol patterns. We timed the synchronized amphibious landings for 6 a.m. on October 20. With our assault force at sea, I authorized the delivery of an official ultimatum. At 3 p.m. on October 19, Foreign Minister Carlo Schanzel announced to the press that Greece had until midnight to satisfy all our demands, or our military would defend its honor. In Athens, Prime Minister Stylianos Ganatas scoffed at the document. Despite warnings from military chief Nikolaos Plastiras, Ganatas convinced himself that our domestic reforms would prevent us from resorting to force. Greece chose to ignore our final warning, walking directly into our trap. At 5 a.m. on October 20th, our naval strike force under Navy Minister Paolo Thon di Revel and Fleet Commander Emilio Solari reached their landing zones. At exactly 6 o'clock, our amphibious operation commenced. The 34th Brigade of the 17th Division landed on the west coast of Corfu under cover of naval bombardment, rapidly advancing 10 kilometers inland to seize the town. Simultaneously, the 35th Brigade stormed Cephalonia and Zakynthos with cruiser fire support. Within an hour and a half, our forces secured all 3 islands, capturing over 320 soldiers and police, while suffering only 10 minor injuries and 0 fatalities. By 7:30 a.m., the Italian flag flew over the strategic island chain at the entrance to the Adriatic Sea. When the report reached Rome, I met with War Minister Armando Diaz and Chief of Staff Giuseppe Vaccari. Expecting diplomatic pressure from London and Paris, I directed General Revel to hold his positions firmly and instructed Foreign Minister Carlo Schanzel to ignore all official protests from Greece. In Athens, the Greek government descended into panic. Nationalists stormed Italian diplomatic buildings, while administrative leader Stylianos Ganatas and military chief Nikolaos Plastiras scrambled to manage the crisis. Recognizing their depleted military was powerless after the Greco-Turkish War, they issued a symbolic mobilization order and appealed urgently to the League of Nations. At the League Council, our representative, Matteo Rossi, silenced critics by stating that because the League failed to deliver justice for our murdered officers, Italy had the right to act independently. When Secretary General Eric Drummond asked if Greece could secure a withdrawal by agreeing to the original terms, Rossi stated our conditions had expanded. Britain and France issued public condemnations of our occupation. In response, our foreign ministry countered that we would only resume talks with Greece if Britain and France provided formal diplomatic guarantees. In London, Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin and Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon recognized that our control of Corfu threatened their Mediterranean shipping lanes. However, unwilling to act alone and risk pushing Italy toward France, Baldwin sought joint action with Paris to resolve the dispute. In Paris, Prime Minister Raymond Poincaré was reluctant to alienate Italy over Greek islands, while French troops remained tied down in the Ruhr. Encouraged by War Minister André Maginot, Poincaré saw an opportunity to exploit the situation by participating in League discussions without taking strong anti-Italian stances, hoping to use French mediation to counterbalance British influence. Intelligence Chief Basso brought me urgent reports from Greece, indicating that local royalist factions were organizing an uprising in the Peloponnese. To support our strategic goal of securing the occupied islands, Basso requested authorization and funding. I instructed him to guide the insurgent forces to secure the Peloponnese first before targeting Athens. While I refused to deploy our regular army into the Greek internal conflict, I authorized covert naval protection for western ports and supply lines, using black market arms funded by our reserves to prolong the unrest and keep Greece destabilized. Meanwhile, British Ambassador Ronald Graham and French Ambassador Camille Barrère met jointly with Foreign Minister Carlo Chanzel to demand that Italy resume talks with Greece and withdraw its landing forces. Chanzel executed our strategy brilliantly. He played the victim, arguing that Italy was a weak nation simply seeking justice for our murdered officers, after Greece arrogantly ignored our diplomatic protests. When both ambassadors urged Italy to lower its demands to allow a peaceful settlement, Chanzel did the exact opposite. He increased our financial demand by 500 million lira to cover troop deployment costs, bringing the total indemnity to 1.5 billion lira, payable in a lump sum. When the ambassadors protested that Greece was bankrupt, Chanzel cheekily suggested that Britain and France lend Greece the funds. He made it clear that while we would not expand military operations, we had no interest in negotiating until our full conditions were met. In Athens, Prime Minister Stylianos Gonatas and Military Chief Nikolaos Plastiras were outraged by our escalating demands. Knowing that paying such massive reparations would cause the immediate collapse of their military regime, they resolved to reject our terms and stall for time through the League of Nations. In London, Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin and Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon analyzed our true intentions. Baldwin deduced that our expanding financial demands were a deliberate calculation to prolong the standoff, using Greek insolvency to justify a permanent military occupation of Corfu, Cephalonia, and Zakynthos. Recognizing that Italian dominance over the entrance to the Adriatic Sea directly threatened British imperial trade and strategic routes across the Mediterranean, Baldwin refused to let our plans succeed. He immediately called a cabinet meeting to organize diplomatic pressure against us and dispatched Curzon to Paris to coordinate joint Anglo-French action to halt our expansion. Early on October 22nd, the Greek mutiny erupted. Royalist Major Generals Leonardopoulos and Gargalides led 6,000 soldiers to seize Patras, Kalamata, and Corinth, while Colonel Zealous cut off transport along the northern Thracian border. Declaring the creation of the Greek Democratic Defense Army, Leonardopoulos secured the Corinth Canal bridgeheads and expanded his ranks to 15,000 men with defecting troops. Caught off guard and fearing an Italian surprise attack, the Athens government delayed its counteroffensive until the afternoon. In London, Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon rushed to Paris to organize joint naval exercises in the Greek Sea to deter us. However, French Prime Minister Raymond Poincaré refused to join, leaving Britain isolated. On October 23, British Ambassador Ronald Graham delivered an ultimatum to Foreign Minister Carlo Chanzel, demanding our immediate withdrawal under threat of direct intervention. Confident in our preparations, Chanzel refused to yield. I instructed Chanzel to plan a secret mission to Paris. My strategy was to exploit the Ruhr crisis by supporting France and proposing a continental diplomatic alignment that excluded Britain, while placing France at the center. I knew that demonstrating our geopolitical leverage would eventually force London to pay a higher price to repair relations with us. On October 24th, Greek government forces under General Theodoros Pangalos attacked the rebel positions at the Corinth Canal. Expecting an easy victory, Pangalos was stunned when the Democratic Defense Army countered with heavy machine guns, field artillery, and anti-tank weapons purchased through black market channels and manned by experienced German mercenaries. When Greek Renault FT tanks charged the bridgehead, 3 were destroyed within seconds, forcing the remainder to flee. Simultaneously, 3 of our destroyers conducted slow patrols off Athens. Fearing our surface fleet and hidden submarines, the Greek Navy refused Pangalos's request for coastal fire support, forcing the government to halt the offensive. Realizing our covert hand in the rebellion, Greek leader Stylianos Gonatas urgently begged Britain and France to intervene. London advised Athens to seek a negotiated settlement with Italy. Though Gonatas attempted to reopen talks to minimize his losses under British protection, we deliberately left his diplomatic cables unanswered. On October 25th, the British Mediterranean Fleet staged naval drills in the Ionian Sea to intimidate us. Navy Minister Paolo Thon di Revel refused to retreat, deploying our battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and submarines in a tense maritime standoff. Simultaneously, Foreign Minister Carlo Chanzel met secretly with French Prime Minister Raymond Poincaré in Paris. Chanzel offered Italian backing on the Ruhr crisis and proposed a French-led continental alliance spanning France, Italy, Yugoslavia, Romania, and the Soviet Union to secure strategic resources and bypass Britain. Poincaré was receptive to the concept, and when Chanzel hinted that Italy might leave the League of Nations over British pressure, the French leader urged calm. Alarmed by our secret diplomacy in Paris, British Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin realized that pushing Italy could drive us directly into an alliance with France. To de-escalate the situation, Baldwin sent Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon to Rome to negotiate with me directly. On October 28th, I received Curzon at Chigi Palace. When he asked how to resolve the Mediterranean dispute, I laid out firm, phased conditions. Italy would drop the demand for the extradition of the killers, but Greece had to issue a formal apology, observe a national day of mourning, and pay the original indemnity of 1 billion lira. In return, Italy would withdraw from Cephalonia first, evacuate Zakynthos after the apology and mourning, and surrender Corfu only after full payment. When Curzon sought a financial reduction, I refused, warning him that if Britain failed to act impartially, Italy would withdraw from the League of Nations while respecting British Mediterranean interests. Recognizing our leverage, Baldwin accepted the proposal and instructed British envoys to force Athens into compliance. With British support gone and French aid non-existent, Greek leaders Stylianos Gonatas and Nikolaos Plastiras had no choice but to yield to prevent the collapse of their government. On October 30th, Greece accepted the terms under British guarantee, prompting our fleets to disengage. On November 1st, we signed the Corfu Agreement, and our troops withdrew from Cephalonia as promised. 2 days later, my father and I attended a state funeral in Rome for our fallen soldiers, while the Greek cabinet observed a synchronized day of national mourning. Italy secured a complete diplomatic and strategic triumph, restoring military honor, elevating the prestige of the crown, and rewarding our participating servicemen. While the Greek Civil War continued under the watch of our intelligence agency, I received reports from Germany on November 8th, indicating that the Nazi Party had staged a failed beer hall coup in Bavaria, resulting in Hitler's arrest alongside Mussolini and his followers. A week later, our financial intelligence confirmed that the German mark had collapsed to 4.2 trillion to the dollar. Through Starlight Capital, my investments in shorting the mark, trading currency swings, and acquiring hard assets yielded massive returns, placing me among the wealthiest individuals in the world with the power of the Italian state to protect my fortune. By Christmas 1923, our domestic reforms produced clear results. Although overall agricultural yields experienced short-term adjustments, wheat production reached 12 quintals per hectare in the north and 8 quintals in the south. Cash crops revitalized local markets, guaranteed industrial wages, brought stability, and public confidence rendered opposition parties irrelevant. During our family gathering, my father, King Victor Emmanuel III, announced that my eldest sister, Yolanda, could finally proceed with her postponed wedding to Count Calvi di Bergolo. I promised to prepare a generous dowry, determined to safeguard my sister's happiness. Our planned holiday shopping trip was interrupted the following morning, when thousands of grateful farmers and citizens from around Rome gathered spontaneously at the palace gates to deliver fresh produce and holiday greetings. I immediately coordinated security with our intelligence teams to ensure safety while ordering servants to distribute wine, food, and fruit to the crowd. My father walked directly among the people to shake hands and listen to their stories, while my mother, Queen Elena, accepted gifts of cheese and produce from local women. My sisters distributed toys, and I handed out sweets to the children. The scene of mutual trust between the monarchy and the public lasted throughout the holiday, generating positive international headlines that elevated the prestige of our royal family above that of the British crown. At the subsequent New Year Administrative Conference, I set our next socioeconomic goal, enabling average Italian households to afford personal automobiles. To build household purchasing power, I directed the Ministry of Labor and Social Security to formulate national and regional minimum wage standards within 2 months. My vision for popularizing affordable family cars energized the Italian market. With fewer than 60,000 vehicles nationwide, Italy lagged far behind other powers. To close this gap and expand industrial employment, I instructed the Ministry of Finance to craft tax relief policies for affordable models. Simultaneously, I prepared to inject automotive research, engine technology, and standardized production methods from my New Rome experimental zone into the domestic market. I chose Fiat, Italy's premier automaker, as our primary partner and dispatched Leonardo Vitale, general manager of the National Development Group, to negotiate with founder Giovanni Agnelli in Turin. Vitale presented my strategy. Fiat produced fewer than 50 vehicles daily at its Lingotto plant, and its consumer cars were priced too high at 25 to 30,000 lira. I proposed lowering vehicle costs to around 20,000 lira to rival Ford. Agnelli welcomed our technological support. Vitale secured a minority equity stake for the National Development Group to support Fiat without seizing private control, while establishing a dedicated research department for military vehicles. This state investment spurred rival manufacturers like Alfa Romeo, Lancia, and Ansaldo to expand their own production, driving the national jobless rate toward historic lows. Anticipating an explosion in fuel demand, I moved to break the foreign monopoly where subsidiaries of Standard Oil controlled 90% of our market. Our subsidiary, Italian Petroleum, secured independent crude suppliers, established modern service station networks along our expanding highways, and constructed downstream petrochemical refineries to anchor a self-sufficient energy supply chain. On January 21, Vladimir Lenin passed away. I dispatched Foreign Minister Carlo Schanzel to Moscow to pay official respects and advance our bilateral negotiations with Soviet Foreign Commissar Georgy Chicherin. Following British recognition of the Soviet government, Italy formally established diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union on February 7th. I appointed career diplomat Gaetano Paterno as our ambassador to Moscow, accompanied by a dedicated trade commission. To secure lucrative economic concessions, I authorized waiving less than £10 million of Tsarist-era debts and arranged to export industrial machinery, including surplus equipment acquired from Germany, in exchange for gold, oil, and raw materials. My objective was to position Italy as the premier commercial transit bridge between the Soviet Union and the Western capitalist economies. Finally, I directed Intelligence Chief Basso to establish a specialized intelligence division focused on monitoring Soviet developments. With the completion of our land reform, resolving the fundamental food crisis, domestic consumption began stimulating industry, services, and finance. I immediately shifted our national focus towards science and technology as the second major engine of economic growth, intending to hold military industrialization in reserve as our third driver. For when a global recession hits. While Italy possessed brilliant minds in physics and mathematics, along with competitive edges in automobiles and radio, we lagged dangerously behind Britain, France, Germany, and the United States in foundational sectors like metallurgy, chemistry, and precision manufacturing. Although the second tranche of 20 billion lira from the Swiss loan arrived on time, Treasury Minister Marco Rinaldi warned that our heavy infrastructure investments had stretched the national budget thin. I rejected delaying our plans. I designed a state-supported framework where the Ministry of Commerce and Industry established technical standards, the Treasury subsidized bank loans, and the Ministry of Finance provided tax rebates to participating enterprises. I warned my ministers that any corruption regarding these innovation funds would be met with capital punishment. I directed Commerce Minister Carlo Fabrizi to concentrate resources on 5 key areas: internal combustion engines, aviation, special alloys, energy, and radio technology, with reviews conducted every 2 years. To nurture long-term technical talent, I instructed Education Minister Emilio Benedetti to increase university research budgets and establish tiered scholarships and living grants for outstanding science students. These directives triggered a nationwide surge in innovation. Core enterprises in New Rome City began offering high salaries to recruit top domestic and foreign experts, particularly skilled engineers and scientists from Germany. Inspired by this momentum, private manufacturers across the provinces scrambled to launch research projects, marking 1924 as the foundational year of Italy's technological transformation. Meanwhile, the Greek Civil War reached a swift conclusion. Without our naval presence to check them, Athens concentrated 80,000 troops, alongside naval and air support, to crush the northern rebels under Colonel Zealous before encircling the royalist Democratic Defense Army in Corinth. Lacking broad public support and battlefield experience, the rebel forces collapsed despite possessing modern German weaponry. By early March, rebel commanders Leonardopoulos and Gargalides surrendered and went into exile. Seeing the captured stockpiles, General Pangalos correctly cursed our covert involvement. Although the 4-month conflict left Greece exhausted, the stabilization of Athens presented a new challenge, as Greece would soon seek to reclaim Corfu. To secure our hold on Corfu, I instructed our intelligence agency to monitor Greece closely and back opposition factions whenever necessary. However, with the rapid depreciation of the Greek drachma and its deepening economic crisis, Athens was effectively powerless to pay the reparations required to reclaim the island. Meanwhile, Ambassador Gaetano Paterno achieved a breakthrough in Moscow by signing the Italian-Soviet trade agreement, granting us mutual most favored nation status. We agreed to trade Italian industrial equipment and technical expertise for Soviet grain, oil, and raw materials. To safeguard these critical resources, I launched the top-secret Apennine Mountains Plan, directing the National Development Group to construct fortified, air-defended strategic depots for oil, food, and minerals along the Apennine Range. Building on this success, I dispatched Foreign Minister Carlo Shanzel across Europe to secure additional resources. By May, we signed trade agreements with Turkey for mineral rights, with Spain and Portugal for tungsten mining, and with Yugoslavia to compete with Britain and France for Balkan resources. With domestic reforms advancing steadily, I turned my attention toward building a modern blue water fleet. I summoned Navy Minister Paolo Theon di Revel and Deputy Chief of Staff Giuseppe Siriani to my office. Revel admitted that our recent maritime standoff with the British Mediterranean Fleet exposed critical vulnerabilities. British carrier-based aircraft, long-range naval guns, advanced fire control systems, and 30-knot cruisers had outmatched our fleet in both technology and maneuverability. I emphasized that while Italy held slight advantages in ship speed and underwater hull protection, we lagged dangerously behind major powers in propulsion, heavy naval guns, fire control, fleet air defense, and ocean-going submarines. I made it clear that Italy could never become a true world power by restricting itself to the Mediterranean. In strict secrecy, I ordered the creation of a dedicated Naval Research Institute, supported by specialists transferred from my New Rome experimental zone. I directed Revel to begin preparations for constructing Italy's first aircraft carrier, developing carrier-borne combat aircraft, modernizing naval radio technology, and secretly training naval aviators. I advised our naval leadership to study foreign designs through technical visits to Britain and the United States, starting with warship conversions, if necessary. By initiating this long-term naval modernization, I set the stage for our ocean-going combat fleets, while keeping our Air Force expansion measured to avoid provoking a French military buildup along the Alps. By early June, my schedule opened up enough to help my father prepare for my eldest sister Yolanda's wedding, which was set for July 8th. I wrote to Roman businesses, requesting they take the day off to celebrate, offering royal subsidies that the merchants gladly declined out of respect for our family. On the morning of July 8th, the Quirinal Palace was decorated with deep red velvet carpets, pure white roses, and lilies of the valley. Royal representatives from across Europe, Diplomatic envoys, church leaders, and government officials filled the hall. Dressed in my sharp Royal Army uniform alongside my younger sisters, I noticed several foreign dignitaries eyeing me with great interest, including the King and Queen of Belgium. Princess Yolanda entered on my father's arm, wearing an ivory lace gown with pearl embroidery and our family heirloom diamond crown. The groom, Count Giorgio Calvi di Bergolo, waited handsomely in his dark blue tuxedo. Watching my father solemnly place her hand into Calvi's, I felt a deep protective affection for my sister. The cardinal representing Pope Pius XI delivered the wedding blessings in Latin, concluding the ceremony. To make the public a true part of the celebration, I arranged for the newlyweds to ride in an open wedding car through the main streets of Rome. Followed by a car packed with gifts, they drove along Via del Corso and through Piazza Venezia. Crowds waved national flags, cheered, and threw flower petals, while our entourage handed out wedding cakes and candies to the people. In the afternoon, we hosted a lavish banquet in the palace hall. As the orchestra played, guests feasted on delicacies and fine Italian wines. When I spoke with foreign delegates, they expressed deep interest in my governance. The Belgian monarchs in particular showed great admiration, amusing my parents. I drank with our guests until sunset when the last visitors departed. Waking up around noon the following day, my aide Solmona informed me that my parents had taken the visiting delegations on a tour of Rome, seeing foreign dignitaries, including Soviet representatives, observing the thriving results of our national reforms firsthand assured me that more foreign capital and investment would soon flow into Italy. Following Yolanda's wedding, I maintained a busy schedule, frequently visiting towns around Rome to connect with the people. The year-end results proved our reforms were a resounding success. We achieved a 50% increase in total grain output, and average farmer income surpassed 3,000 lira annually. By establishing a national minimum wage of 15 lira per day, rising to 20 in the north, we guaranteed a high standard of living under a 48-hour work week. Our population surged past 40 million, with a birth rate of 30 per thousand, providing the demographic strength our future required. Our infrastructure drive yielded massive returns. We advanced the construction of 500 reservoirs and 700 power plants, achieving an annual output of 12 billion kilowatt-hours. We expanded our rail network to 30,000 kilometers and upgraded 80,000 kilometers of primary roads, while hardening 200,000 kilometers of rural routes. These investments, totaling over 20 billion lira, revitalized our steel, cement, and asphalt industries. Although we ran a temporary fiscal deficit of 4 billion lira due to these construction costs, our revenue reached a record 24 billion, and I expect a balanced budget within 2 years. To secure Italy's future, I launched an aggressive demographic plan. I implemented tiered monthly childbirth subsidies and established the National Medical Administration to manage child health and orphanages. By reimbursing medical expenses for all children under 16, I am fostering a healthy, growing society that will eventually populate our expanded territories. In our colonies, Amendola's reforms in Libya proved highly effective. We successfully settled coastal tribes, attracted 200,000 Italian immigrants, and established over 200 new businesses. While the Senussi rebels attacked civilian sites in the Green Mountains, Minister Amendola and Governor Volpi responded with a ruthless propaganda and military campaign, neutralizing their main force and killing over 3,000 insurgents. Today, the 500,000 natives along the coast enjoy a standard of living comparable to our own, effectively eroding their resistance to assimilation. With our newly trained North African divisions and specialized counterinsurgency units now active, we are on the verge of total regional pacification. Our path forward is clear: a stronger economy, a larger population, and a secure empire. In January 1925, General Armando Diaz retired due to health reasons, and General Pietro Badoglio succeeded him as Minister of War. Taking advantage of this transition, I launched the first stage of my military overhaul by reforming our outdated conscription system. Under the revised framework, conscription begins at age 18 or 19 for a 4-year first reserve term, divided into combat, technical, and support specializations. Outstanding candidates are selected for an active duty force capped at around 200,000 men under age 30. Discharged personnel transition to the 2nd Reserve until age 45, receiving regular annual refresher training, with older cohorts reassigned to logistics or domestic security. To build a committed military, I raised active duty annual salaries to 6,000 lira, 1st Reserve pay to 4,000, and 2nd Reserve compensation to 1,000. When Badoglio expressed concern over budget constraints, I explained that our steady economic growth, stable peace, and the absence of immediate large-scale weapon procurements made prioritizing soldier quality and training both affordable and essential. Simultaneously, I established the Regia Aeronautica as an independent service branch alongside the Army and Navy, appointing Giulio Duhet as Air Force Minister and ace pilot Pier Piccio as Chief of Staff. I assured Navy Minister Paolo Thon di Revel that naval aviation and the Marine Corps would remain strictly under naval command. To dismantle entrenched conservatism and outdated doctrines, I convened a joint military conference at the palace. I established the Joint Strategic and Tactical Bureau, led in rotation by the 3 service chiefs, to develop integrated land, sea, and air operational doctrines. I introduced military law departments to enforce discipline, instituted advanced officer training courses to break seniority-based promotion, replaced military academy recommendation systems with competitive entrance exams for common citizens, and organized regular foreign study delegations. Addressing industrial readiness, I pledged to expand our defense manufacturing over 5 years using facilities and designs developed in my experimental zone. To test these new combined arms doctrines in practice, I reorganized the proven Provisional 1st Brigade into the Army's 12th Corps, designating it as our primary experimental division. Finally, I established the Joint Military Intelligence Agency to modernize tactical intelligence gathering and counterintelligence, coordinating operations alongside our civilian intelligence services to secure Italy's future battlefield readiness. Following the military conference, I brought our senior leadership, including Badoglio, Vaccari, Morelli, Duhet, and Piccio, to the experimental zone to inspect the defense industrial facilities and finalize our force expansion. At the headquarters of the Provisional 1st Brigade, I addressed the assembled officers and officially announced that their unit was expanding into the Army's 12th Corps. When the unexpected announcement caused an excited commotion, I restored order and outlined the strategic structure. The 12th Corps was established as an experimental strike force organized under a flexible triangular system, comprising 3 infantry divisions, a tank regiment, a heavy artillery regiment, direct support units, and a dedicated armored division. I emphasized that troop strength would be dynamically adjusted based on operational efficiency rather than sheer numbers. When Brigadier General Cosentino expressed concern over the shortage of qualified officers for such a rapid expansion, I provided the solution. The growth would proceed in phases, first expanding from a brigade to a division and ultimately into a full corps over a 5-year testing period. To fill the ranks, we would recruit top graduates from military academies and transfer capable young officers from existing Army formations. I requested Badoglio and Vaccari to rigorously screen these candidates, strictly barring anyone looking to coast along without ambition. I also emphasized that promotions within the unit would be tied strictly to proven command ability. For the new armored division, I promoted Alessandro Ferraris, the former tank battalion commander. Ferraris had studied armored breakthroughs during the World War and had spent years training tank crews and refining mobile doctrine under my direction. I positioned the 12th Corps not only as an elite combat force, but also as a live testing bed for new weapons, instructing the officers to provide direct feedback to the arsenals in the experimental zone. When Army Chief of Staff Vaccari asked about the operational purpose of an independent armored division, I explained that it was designed as a rapid spearhead. Unlike conventional tank regiments assigned to infantry support, the armored division combined tank regiments, mechanized infantry, self-propelled artillery, and mechanized logistics into a unified striking arm for integrated maneuver warfare. I promised to stage a live fire demonstration once the doctrines matured. With the briefing complete, I ordered Cosentino to initiate the reorganization, while I led our senior generals to inspect the advanced weaponry in our industrial facilities. I led our senior military delegation to New Rome City to inspect our expansive experimental arsenal, where General Manager Emilio Landini welcomed us. We began in the firearms development section. Having bypassed traditional bolt-action rifles, I directed our engineers to develop semi-automatic and assault rifles based on concepts from the Garand and the AK-47. Weapons Section Chief Marcelo Riva reported on our progress. He explained that while the FS-24 semi-automatic rifle was technically sound, material limitations in steel smelting and the complexity of milling helical bolt receiver grooves with 1920s belt-driven machinery created production hurdles. The thin, flexible on-block clip mechanism also posed machining challenges. I encouraged Riva to take his time and directed him to issue the stable version of the FS-24 to our experimental units, prioritizing safety while gathering real-world field feedback. Riva then presented the milled prototype of the FD-23 assault rifle. Due to the lack of modern sheet metal stamping technology, each milled receiver was 5 times more expensive than a standard submachine gun. Recognizing that weapon manufacturing depends entirely on underlying industrial capacity, I assured him of full funding and technical talent to overcome these engineering challenges over the next decade. Riva also introduced our submachine guns, light machine guns, and heavy machine guns. To replace Italy's notoriously unreliable and complex wartime machine guns, I insisted on reliable, easily maintained designs with high rates of fire. Crucially, I standardized all small arms ammunition around 7.62 mm and 9 mm calibers to streamline production lines and logistics. When Badoglio, Vaccari, and Morelli examined the infantry weapons, they were astonished by the firepower on display. Morelli noted that his Carabinieri Special Forces had already received an earlier batch, prompting good-natured banter among the generals. Next, I guided them to the artillery section. The officers were dazzled by our array of mortars, anti-tank guns, anti-aircraft guns, and field artillery ranging from 75 mm to 155 mm. When Vaccari and Badoglio spotted our experimental self-propelled 105 mm artillery prototypes designed to support armored spearheads, they were stunned by the immense operational potential. Seeing our seasoned generals acting like children in a wonderland, I reminded them that we still had to inspect our tanks and fighter aircraft. After a brief debate among the chiefs, I led the group toward the Armored Vehicle Development Facility. Tank development across the world was still in its infancy, dominated by early British and French prototypes, while Italy relied on just 80 machine gun-armed light tanks. When I founded our Tank Research Institute 5 years ago, I laid down forward-looking specifications. I divided our armored vehicles into 3 tiers: 15-ton light tanks for reconnaissance and infiltration, 30 to 40-ton medium battle tanks equipped with 75 mm guns and heavy frontal armor, and heavily protected heavy tanks for direct infantry assault. I also ordered designs for specialized amphibious and mountain variants. When Vaccari, Badoglio, and Morelli examined our advanced medium and light prototypes, they were stunned. They realized that existing anti-tank weapons could not penetrate our frontal armor, and that concentrated armored divisions could easily overrun neighboring territories. Badoglio rightfully noted that we also needed to reinforce our alpine defenses against potential armored counterthrusts. Next, I guided the delegation to our aviation development section, headed by my protege Giuseppe Beltramini. While our aerospace program started later than other sectors, we accelerated our capabilities by recruiting top German aeronautical engineers fleeing Germany's post-war economic collapse. Beltramini introduced our 3 German deputy directors: Erich von Kleist, a former Junkers designer who established our aerospace aluminum alloy laboratory to pioneer smooth metal airframes; Kurt Wagner from Heinkel, who oversaw aerodynamic calculations and low-drag cooling systems; and Helmut Schmidt from Maybach, who brought cutting-edge theories on aircraft engine superchargers, gear transmissions, and fuel injection. Over the previous 2 years, we attracted over 10,000 German specialists, including 3,000 defense engineers, by offering high salaries and guaranteed freedom of movement. Our aviation hangars displayed advanced functional prototypes for fighters, bombers, close support ground attack aircraft, reconnaissance planes, and naval carrier-based aircraft. Air Force Minister Giulio Dohet and Chief of Staff Pier Piccio inspected the aircraft with intense admiration, finally grasping why I established an independent air service branch. I concluded the tour by emphasizing that, beyond armored formations and air power, we had to form specialized functional units, including elite mountain troops, airborne paratroopers, and mechanized mobile forces. Vaccari and Badoglio fully agreed with my assessment, noting that we should start by forming battalion-level units to master these new doctrines before scaling them across the entire armed forces. After inspecting the arsenal, I hosted our military chiefs in the municipal cafeteria, sharing a meal to let them experience the daily atmosphere of the experimental zone. Afterward, I directed my aide Sulmona to guide them through the city, while I met with Mayor Adriano Falcone and Leonardo Vitale, General Manager of the National Development Group. I outlined our expansion strategy, turning New Rome City into a full-chain defense manufacturing zone backed by 20 billion lira over 5 years. I instructed Vitale to expand facility capacities and retain high-level technical talent without disrupting standard market production. Falcone guaranteed administrative and land support to build a robust industrial safety net that private enterprise alone could never maintain. Back in Rome, I met with Industry Minister Carlo Fabrizi to establish our second industrial defense line along the Apennines, centered in Florence, Perugia, L'Aquila, and Campobasso. These locations sit on strategic transport arteries and leverage mountain terrain for air defense. I instructed Fabrizi to offer private firms tax incentives and preferential policies, warning that if private capital failed to fill the required industrial links within 3 years, the National Development Group would step in to build and run the factories directly. Foreign Minister Carlo Schanzel then reported that Germany had invited Italy to act as a guarantor alongside Britain for a Western European security pact with France and Belgium. When Schanzel voiced concerns about potential military entanglements, I reassured him that France was mired in political instability, while Germany was focused on economic recovery under the Dawes Plan. I instructed him to accept the guarantor role, as aligning with Britain on the agreement would elevate our international prestige without exposing us to imminent conflict. Schanzel also confirmed that Joseph Stalin had consolidated power in the Soviet Union, an outcome I fully anticipated. However, I remained watchful over political developments in Germany, directing our intelligence agencies to track the activities of Adolf Hitler following his release from prison, especially after Benito Mussolini fled to Bavaria after failing in Rome. While tracking political developments across Europe, an unexpected opportunity for expansion arose on the other side of the Adriatic. Albanian ruler Ahmet Zogu reached out to Foreign Minister Carlo Schanzel through an intermediary, seeking Italian backing to escape Yugoslavia's political dominance. Albania possessed rich deposits of oil, minerals, and bitumen, alongside deep historical connections to ancient Rome. Recognizing an ideal chance for steady assimilation, I summoned Schanzel to plan our moves. I directed him to deploy both official and confidential envoys with full authority to secure our interests. Our strategy was clear. First, gain control over their economy and resources, then expand our diplomatic, cultural, and demographic presence, and ultimately secure military and political influence. Schanzel traveled to Tirana to negotiate directly with Zogu. The young ruler sought immediate funds to stabilize his government and tried to leverage potential British and American interest to gain better terms. Schanzel firmly countered that only Italy would provide genuine financial and security guarantees, warning that without full market access, we would invest elsewhere. Zogu recognized his limited options and accepted our terms. Within a week, the two governments concluded comprehensive trade and protection treaties. First, we established the Albanian National Bank, controlled by the National Development Group, with the exclusive power to issue national currency. We backed this with a 100 million lira low-interest loan for infrastructure and public works, secured by Albanian customs revenues and state monopolies. Second, Italian enterprises secured exclusive rights to explore and exploit Albania's oil and mineral deposits, shutting out British and American competitors. Third, we established preferential maritime trade terms and port access, paired with a bilateral protection pact guaranteeing Albanian security to safeguard our investments. Yugoslavia furiously protested the agreements and demanded foreign intervention, but the major powers remained detached. Britain and the United States chose to acquiesce to keep our support in European affairs, while France was too preoccupied with North Africa and the Rhineland to intervene in the Balkans. Italian technical and geological teams quickly entered Albania to launch large-scale resource extraction, providing valuable operational experience for our future surveys in Libya. Although the treaty heightened tensions with Belgrade, I chose to temporarily set aside our territorial disputes with Yugoslavia, focusing our full strength on consolidating our new foothold. With Albania integrated into our sphere, our outward expansion paused to consolidate our gains. Using Libya and Albania as testing grounds, I began laying the groundwork for long-term cultural integration. I established a dedicated publicity department within the cabinet to oversee national policy, media, and external communications without suppressing standard political discourse. I appointed my public relations strategist, Alberto Mancini, to lead the department. Under his direction, we founded the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television, consolidated the Italian Broadcasting Union, and launched a state-run newspaper named Imperial Daily. I placed two capable young commoners, Anna and Bruno, in charge of the paper to signal that the monarchy supported social mobility and meritocracy. Alongside official propaganda, I needed an indirect channel to promote Roman heritage and prepare public sentiment for future expansion, without raising international alarm. In Florence, I secretly met with Enrico Corradini and Luigi Federzoni, leaders of the Royalist Italian Nationalist Association. When they recognized me as their anonymous sponsor, they bowed respectfully. I proposed that they spearhead the cultural revival of ancient Rome, leveraging their theoretical foundation and worship of imperial history. When Corradini asked about my future plans for their party, I urged them to evolve into a major political force by moderating their platform. I explained that true nationalism must unite workers, farmers, and intellectuals, rather than promote narrow chauvinism, with the ultimate goal of uniting all subjects under our rule as Roman citizens. Corradini and Federzoni accepted the mission. I promised royal financial backing on the condition that they temporarily severed ties with Gabriele D'Annunzio and Fiume, to avoid antagonizing Yugoslavia prematurely. I outlined our strategy across three target regions: Italy, Libya, and Albania, utilizing 5 distinct mediums: newspapers, literature, radio broadcasting, cinema, and music. In the colonies, we would expand on the successful Roman themes already used in Libyan local papers and gradually penetrate the Albanian public sphere. I directed them to collaborate with our broadcasting administration on dedicated radio programs while producing historical films and songs celebrating Roman legacy. Emphasizing that our agreement must remain strictly confidential, I concluded the meeting over dinner, confident that this cultural foundation would firmly support our long-term imperial ambitions. The day after meeting the nationalist leaders, I disguised myself to inspect Florence on foot, accompanied by my assistant Solmona and bodyguard Captain Paresi. Florence is a city of over 300,000 people, expanding from traditional crafts into heavy industry and strategic logistics under our national plan. I stopped at a street stall for a specialty tripe bun. The vendor explained that, thanks to our government reforms, stable bread prices, and increased livestock production from domestic farms in Libya, meat prices had dropped significantly, making hot meals affordable for ordinary laborers and civil servants. I walked through nearby markets and found fresh food and daily goods fairly priced across the board. While passing an elementary school at lunchtime, a sudden gust of wind blew off my hat and disguise. An 8-year-old girl holding my photograph recognized me, quickly drawing a joyful crowd of students and parents. To keep the situation safe and orderly, I invited the entire school of hundreds of children back into the playground, and bought them lunch, booking out local restaurants to prepare pasta. While we waited for the food, I sat on the ground answering their questions about Rome, the royal palace, and the sea. When the hot lunch arrived, I ate alongside the students and teachers while local reporters captured the scene. A large crowd of citizens and the city mayor gathered at the gates. I delivered a brief speech wishing them a prosperous future, promising the children I would invite them to visit Rome. Afterward, I visited the municipal headquarters with Mayor Sino Montellastelli. I observed our restructured local governance model in action. We had concentrated administrative authority under provincial governors, while turning provincial assemblies into supervisory bodies, ensuring appointed mayors executed national development policies efficiently. To maintain clean governance, corrupt officials and violent criminals are permanently exiled to Libya for penal forestry and labor, helping populate and develop the colony. I commended the mayor and his staff for maintaining public safety, steady commerce, and clean streets, reinforcing my commitment to building Florence into a thriving cultural and industrial center. Upon returning to the palace from Florence, I walked into an intense family dispute. My father, King Victor Emmanuel III, was furious because my second sister, Princess Mafalda, had fallen in love with Prince Philip of Hesse, a deposed German nobleman living in exile. Mafalda, deeply passionate about classical music and the arts, had met him at social balls and insisted on marrying for love, even threatening to renounce her royal succession rights. My father ordered him expelled from Rome, while I instructed our intelligence chief, Basso, to run a complete background investigation on the man. The intelligence report revealed that the 30-year-old German prince was a great-grandson of Queen Victoria and closely tied to European royalty. However, he had also attended fascist gatherings in Germany and harbored political ambitions. To force our hand, Mafalda escaped her room and launched a hunger strike. Seeing her desperation, I agreed to meet Philip personally at a royal restaurant. During our private meeting, I confronted Philip directly, pointing out that as an impoverished, deposed noble, he lacked the means to provide for my sister. Philip remained composed, arguing that nobility of blood transcends material wealth and appealing to my public support for free romance. Mafalda burst into the room in tears, pleading with me not to tear them apart. Seeing my gentle sister so heartbroken, I decided to relent, but only under strict non-negotiable conditions. I demanded 3 concessions to safeguard her future. Philip must never join the Nazi Party, must completely refrain from participating in German politics, and must permanently settle in Rome with Mafalda. When Philip hesitated, I warned him not to underestimate my intelligence network, making it clear that refusing my terms would prove he valued political ambitions over my sister. Faced with my ultimatum, Philip yielded and agreed to all 3 conditions, taking Mafalda's hand. I returned to the palace to brief my parents on the agreement. Seeing that I had secured firm guarantees to keep the couple in Rome and out of German political turmoil, my father withdrew his objections, giving his blessing to the marriage. With my sister's marriages settled, my parents turned their full attention toward finding me a bride. While my father tolerated my sisters choosing their own partners, he insisted that as the sole heir to the Italian throne, I must marry a princess of equal royal lineage. My mother presented me with a photograph of Princess Marie-José of Belgium, noting that her parents had taken a liking to me during Yolanda's wedding and praised her as one of the most beautiful princesses in Europe. I resisted, arguing that at 21 I was far too young and wanted to focus entirely on leading Italy. I even questioned why I could not marry an Italian woman instead. However, my father remained completely unyielding, insisting that securing an heir of noble blood was my core duty to the dynasty. My mother softened the pressure by suggesting I simply travel abroad to meet her and take a well-deserved rest from 3 years of relentless state work. Seeing the princess's striking beauty in the portrait, I finally agreed to the journey. Because my royal train needed to cross France to reach Brussels, our diplomats contacted the French government. Upon learning of my itinerary, the French president extended an official invitation for bilateral talks in Paris. Belgium sought closer ties with Italy to balance its heavy reliance on France, while Paris welcomed an opportunity to improve Franco-Italian relations, drawing immediate scrutiny from Britain. Before my departure, Navy Minister Paolo Theon di Revel approached me with an urgent request. Our naval designers had spent a year working on our aircraft carrier project, but ran into severe technical roadblocks. When our naval delegation attempted to study carrier designs abroad, Britain, the United States, and Japan flatly rejected access under the pretext of military secrecy. Revel asked if I could raise the issue during my meeting in Paris, as France was currently converting its own carrier. I agreed to bring up naval technical cooperation during my discussions with the French leadership. I also noted that if French assistance fell through, we would secretly recruit German naval aviation and shipbuilding experts to Italy, funding joint development to overcome our industrial limitations. With my diplomatic and personal mission set, I prepared for the journey north. On June 1, my royal train arrived in Paris, and I traveled directly to the Élysée Palace to meet with French President Gaston Doumergue. We strolled through the palace gardens without translators, discussing European affairs in French. President Doumergue noted the ongoing negotiations in Locarno to secure Germany's western border and gently probed Italy's satisfaction with the Versailles system. I replied that while the Italian people desire peace and their deserved respect, our goals lie within a stable European framework. I emphasized that European security requires the leadership of a major power like France, affirming that if France is secure, Italy is secure. Seeing that Doumergue understood my pro-French stance, I moved the conversation toward concrete cooperation. I brought up our naval ambitions, explaining how our recent standoff with Britain revealed the decisive power of aircraft carriers. With Britain, the United States, and Japan refusing to share naval aviation technology or grant inspection access, I proposed joining France's ongoing carrier conversion project. I offered Italian funding to cover their remaining construction costs in exchange for shared technical data and designs. When Doumergue pointed out that, as president, he could not make executive policy, I asked him to relay the proposal to Prime Minister Paul Painlevé and the French cabinet. I argued that Italy and France should avoid petty rivalries in the Mediterranean, when a far greater naval power dominated the sea. Furthermore, an Italian-French partnership would better contain future German expansion than relying on uncommitted British guarantees, while deepened economic ties would help both nations overcome post-war financial strain. Doumergue acknowledged my strategic reasoning and promised to convey the proposal to the cabinet. We shifted to lighter personal topics over lunch. Before departing for Brussels, I reminded Doumergue that I could stop in Paris on my return journey if the French government wished to pursue negotiations. Doumergue playfully asked me to pass his regards to Princess Marie-José of Belgium, noting her passion for music and piano. I gave my farewells and boarded my car, ready to continue my journey northward. After leaving Paris, my special train arrived at Brussels South Station at 8 in the evening. King Albert I personally led the Belgian royal family and an honor guard to receive me on the platform, demonstrating immense respect for Italy. The king introduced his family, including Queen Elizabeth, Crown Prince Leopold, Prince Charles, and his daughter, Princess Marie-José. Marie-José wore a simple light pink dress with a pearl brooch. Her elegance and poise left a striking first impression. We traveled to Laeken Castle for an official banquet. While King Albert asked about our Italian reforms and post-war history, Queen Elizabeth guided the conversation toward art and literature. When she mentioned that Marie-José had recently performed Ottorino Respighi's ancient dances and arias, the princess and I connected over our shared appreciation for Italian music and Renaissance culture. Early the next morning, I went for a walk in the misty castle gardens and found Marie-José reading the original German text of Jacob Burckhardt's The Culture of the Renaissance in Italy. I sat beside her, and we spoke about art, language, and the anxieties of adapting to life in a foreign country. I reassured her that living abroad is about finding a healthy balance between two cultures rather than losing one's identity. Deciding to be completely transparent, I addressed our potential courtship directly. I explained that my royal duties demand heavy commitments of time, but promised to prioritize our personal life if she chose to accept my suit. Marie-José listened with flustered emotion before politely excusing herself for breakfast, stating she would gladly follow her parents' guidance. Her warm glance backward confirmed her agreement. Later that day, I toured Belgian industrial facilities to explore technical cooperation and joined bilateral trade talks with our diplomatic staff. In the afternoon, King Albert accompanied me on a solemn tour of World War I battlefields. On our way back to the castle, King Albert brought up the proposed engagement. I told him plainly that I fully supported the union and would arrange for my father to send a formal proposal from Rome. Relieved and delighted, the king encouraged Marie-José to accompany me on my tours for the remainder of my stay, allowing us to grow closer before my journey home. In Paris, President Gaston Doumergue met with Prime Minister Paul Painlevé to discuss my aircraft carrier proposal. Painlevé, struggling with severe inflation, currency devaluation, and an impending financial crisis, recognized that France needed both strategic partners and fresh capital. Seeing the massive economic potential of our Italian reforms, he agreed to meet me directly. On June 7th, during my return trip from Belgium, I stopped in Paris while leaving Foreign Minister Carlos Chanzel to finalize matters in Brussels. I was escorted to the Élysée Palace for a private dinner with Doumergue and Painlevé. After exchanging pleasantries about our wartime alliance, I raised the issue of carrier cooperation without hesitation. Painlevé hesitated, pointing out that parliamentary opposition would resist sharing naval technology with a Mediterranean competitor. I countered that if France could reconcile with Germany and partner with Britain, there was no reason to treat a weaker Italy with hostility. Understanding his true dilemma, I asked what concessions France required. Painlevé frankly admitted that his government desperately needed foreign loans to stabilize its crumbling finances. Knowing that problems solved by money are simple, I made a decisive offer. I agreed to pay off $100 million of Italy's existing wartime debt to France ahead of schedule. Furthermore, using Italian government bonds as collateral, I pledged to organize our domestic banks to lend $200 million to France at standard international rates. I also promised that Italy would fund its share of the carrier conversion in installments, moving strictly at the French Navy's pace. Painlevé and Doumergue were stunned by the scale of my financial injection, which amounted to roughly a quarter of France's total fiscal revenue. Painlevé quickly added a condition for a 5-year bilateral trade agreement to secure Italian market access for French products. Recognizing that opening our market would attract valuable French investment, I accepted immediately. Painlevé assured me that this financial relief and mutual security alignment would allow him to push the agreement through Parliament. We agreed to conduct our naval aviation cooperation secretly, embedding the technical clauses within the broader commercial treaty. With our strategic partnership secured over a toast, I boarded my train the following morning and returned to Italy. My diplomatic visits to France raised immediate alarm in London. Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin and Foreign Secretary Austen Chamberlain monitored our moves closely, anxious over our growing ties with France and the Soviet Union, while hoping to keep continental Europe balanced. Upon returning to Rome, I reassured my delighted parents that my marriage arrangements were settled. I then directed Navy Minister Paulo Théon de Revel to prepare our technical teams to enter French shipyards, while the Ministry of Finance prepared the loan package. On June 24th, intelligence reached me that General Theodoros Pangalos had launched a military coup in Greece. This ongoing turmoil suited my long-term strategy, creating future opportunities to bring Greece under our indirect control, just as we had done in Albania. Meanwhile, France faced severe unrest with an indigenous uprising in Syria alongside ongoing conflicts in North Africa. Needing international financial relief, the French Parliament ratified our cooperation agreement in late July. We disbursed the scheduled debt repayments and loans, providing vital stability to the French treasury. In return, Rear Admiral Romeo Bernardi led several hundred Italian naval specialists to the shipyard in La Seine to participate in aircraft carrier development. While British reports exposed French chemical weapon use in North Africa, Our intelligence confirmed that British arms dealers were secretly supplying Syrian rebels. Amid these rivalries, Adolf Hitler published the first volume of Mein Kampf, which I studied carefully to anticipate future European shifts. Our financial concessions to France triggered immediate demands from the United States and Britain for equal debt settlement. Unwilling to drain our working capital, I assigned Foreign Minister Carlo Schanzel and Treasury Minister Marco Rinaldi to negotiate long-term installment terms, aiming for an extended timeline where currency shifts would minimize the real burden. Schanzel and Rinaldi met with British Ambassador Ronald Graham and American Ambassador Henry Fletcher, emphasizing our heavy domestic reform expenses and weak financial capacity. In August, our delegation traveled to Washington. Schanzel presented thorough economic projections and subtly warned that excessive debt pressure could collapse our reforms and push Italian politics toward Moscow. Fearing a complete debt default that might encourage Britain and France to halt their own repayments, the American Debt Commission approved an 80-year repayment plan with reduced early interest rates. With the United States signing the agreement, the British government quickly followed suit. Through these calculated maneuvers, we successfully neutralized our massive foreign debt burden without derailing our domestic economic revival. The successful debt negotiations with Britain and the United States gave me complete confidence in our economic trajectory. With our foreign debt obligations restructured into manageable long-term payments, financial confidence returned, and the Italian lira strengthened to 90 against the pound sterling. The cabinet's popularity soared, and the public warmly embraced our progressive reforms. On October 16th, the Locarno Treaties were signed, bringing temporary diplomatic relief to Western Europe. However, peace was quickly disrupted by the stray dog war between Greece and Bulgaria. After a minor border skirmish, Greek dictator Theodoros Pangalos invaded Bulgarian territory. When the League of Nations intervened, Pangalos was forced into an embarrassing retreat and ordered to pay indemnities. This diplomatic defeat severely damaged his domestic prestige, creating a golden opportunity for us. I ordered our intelligence network in Greece to infiltrate their military and political circles to lay the groundwork for our eventual intervention. Meanwhile, our domestic consumer market experienced an explosive breakthrough. In early November, New Roam Wireless released affordable home radios priced between 200 and 1,000 lira. Supported by low-interest installment loans from Star Bank, over 1 million units were sold by Christmas. Beyond popular entertainment, this massive expansion secured our control over national communication channels, allowing dedicated stations to broadcast Roman history and culture directly into Italian households. Riding this wave of consumer optimism, we introduced low-interest auto loans capped at 4% annual interest, strictly barring predatory private lenders. Leveraging technical support from the National Development Group, Fiat launched the New Era Model 1 family car for just 16,000 lira. The affordable model became an instant sensation among northern industrial workers, boosting steel and manufacturing while encouraging luxury automakers to expand production. At the same time, our domestic film and recording industries began developing synchronized sound technology to meet growing public demand for entertainment. Seeing national newspapers celebrate this economic boom as a new golden age, my father marveled at how quickly our fortunes had turned from post-war instability to widespread prosperity. I reminded him with a smile that Italy's resurgence was only just beginning. I convened our 1925 Cabinet Review meeting in Rome to evaluate the extraordinary progress of our third year of national reforms. Finance Minister Giulio Vaccari reported that annual fiscal revenue reached 29.3 billion lira, more than double our 1922 baseline. By managing currency issuance to match market demand, while keeping inflation below 3%, our monetary system achieved complete stability. Interior Minister Silvano Berti followed with historic demographic gains. Our birth rate reached 36 per thousand, delivering 1.5 million newborns and expanding our total effective population, including integrated Libyan regions, to 44 million. Streamlined police restructuring and strengthened provincial governance also drove down crime rates nationwide. Agriculture Minister Ettore Rossi confirmed we achieved full food self-sufficiency, producing 18 million tons of grain, and reducing grain imports by 70%, while exporting $800 million in specialty agricultural products. Commerce and Industry Minister Carlo Fabrizi detailed our surge in foreign trade, where total imports rose to $2.3 billion and exports reached $1.8 billion. Although our raw material imports created a $500 million trade deficit, 40% of our exports went to the Soviet Union as machinery, securing vital markets. Crucially, our modernized northern steel plants reached 4 million tons of steel output, while our new Rome experimental zone perfected specialized high-grade alloys. Public Works Minister noted that national power generation surged 40% to 17 billion kilowatt-hours, powering our industrial expansion. Addressing the Assembly, I declared 1926 the decisive year for infrastructure, emphasizing hydropower, railway, highway, and port construction. I then presented our military budget expansion, raising overall defense spending to 6 billion lira, 2.5 billion for naval modernization and carrier capabilities, 500 million for airfields and pilot training, and 3 billion for army readiness. The service chiefs welcomed this balanced, long-term commitment. Over the next 3 days, each ministry finalized their 5-year planning targets. When we published our economic figures, the stock and futures markets surged. Confidential surveys revealed foreign capital investment had reached $1 billion, cementing Italy's position as one of the world's most attractive emerging markets. Meanwhile, our European neighbors struggled. France faced intense currency shorting and colonial conflicts. British coal mining suffered declining competitiveness and labor unrest, and Germany faced a slow, difficult recovery. Italy stood out with unmatched momentum, ready to accelerate into the next phase of national revival. In early 1926, we continued our steady, low-profile expansion. In February, our geological teams in Albania discovered major oil deposits in Potos and Kukova, with estimated reserves in the tens of millions of tons. While extraction costs were slightly higher, this safe, domestic adjacent supply provided essential energy security for Italy, where annual crude consumption had risen to 4 million tons. I chose to hold off on commercial extraction in Libya until the expected global crisis in 1929. However, to prepare the ground discreetly, I dispatched a joint scientific expedition to map desert minerals, water tables, and hidden petroleum basins. Simultaneously, I sent an agricultural team to East Africa to identify fertile zones for cultivating natural rubber. Because over 95% of the world's rubber came from Southeast Asia, developing domestic plantations and synthetic alternatives was crucial to withstand future wartime blockades. To protect these vital strategic assets, I convened a military conference to establish a comprehensive 10-year defense plan for Libya. I instructed War Minister Pietro Badoglio and Army Chief Giuseppe Vaccari to form 2 distinct field armies in the colony, each consisting of 2 Italian and 2 native Libyan divisions organized under the triangular structure of the 12th Corps. I also ordered the construction of fortified borders, expanded naval bases across Tripoli, Benghazi, Tobruk, and Sirte, and established deep air bases capable of supporting at least 2,000 aircraft to guarantee Mediterranean air supremacy. In East Africa, I directed the Duke of Aosta, Governor-General of the territory, to assist our rubber agricultural survey and ensure colonial security. Over the past 3 years, the Duke had governed firmly, suppressing local uprisings, relocating uncooperative elements, and attracting 200,000 Italian settlers. In Eritrea, our mining operations flourished, with Italy mining extracting 2 tons of gold annually while partnering with Ethiopia to develop gold and potash deposits. By maintaining peaceful trade ties and supporting Ethiopian modernization, rather than seeking military conflict, the Duke kept our southern flank secure. Through these synchronized moves in Albania, Libya, and the Horn of Africa, I established the raw material reserves and military strongpoints required for our long-term imperial strategy. With Libya and East Africa stabilized and general European peaceholding, I shifted our focus toward accelerating our integration with Albania. The first phase had established our financial, military, and diplomatic presence. Now, it was time to advance to comprehensive cultural and structural assimilation. I summoned Foreign Minister Carlo Schanzel and Intelligence Director Basso to finalize the second phase. Schanzel presented a thorough plan, constructing new primary and secondary schools across Albania to tackle their 85% illiteracy rate, offering free Italian university, education to Italian-speaking Albanian students, exporting agricultural technology and irrigation systems to eliminate famine, building modern roads, ports and clinics, backing pro-Italian political elites, and launching extensive Roman cultural propaganda across print, radio, and cinema. I approved the strategy but added a decisive clause: reciprocal special legal status. Under this rule, approved Albanians could freely enter, live, and work in Italy, while Italians received equal rights to travel, purchase property, and establish permanent roots in Albania. This reciprocal migration mechanism encouraged Albanians to assimilate into our domestic labor market, while opening the door for Italian settlers to establish lasting influence across the Adriatic. I assured Schanzel of unlimited funding and ordered Basso's intelligence network to discreetly secure control over mid- and lower-level Albanian military officers and government officials. Schanzel traveled to Tirana to negotiate directly with President Ahmed Zogu. Zogu welcomed the partnership, as Italian security guarantees had successfully deterred Yugoslavian aggression and stabilized the border. When Zogu inquired whether Italian language education would be mandatory, Schanzel diplomatically clarified that it would remain an elective taught by Italian instructors, though required for free university placement in Italy. Seeing immense benefits for infrastructure, public education, and poverty alleviation without apparent political interference, Zogu and his pro-Italian cabinet ministers fully endorsed the agreement. Zogu readily accepted the reciprocal status clause, viewing the emigration of impoverished rural laborers as domestic relief rather than gradual assimilation. With the comprehensive continuation agreement signed, Italian capital, technical specialists, and construction teams prepared to deepen our integration across Albania. Because of Albania's fragmented tribal power structure, President Ahmed Zogu had long relied on aristocratic alliances and bribes to maintain order, leaving him incapable of carrying out fundamental domestic reforms. Our continuation agreement intentionally avoided sensitive issues like land ownership and political power for the time being. Instead, we focused our immediate efforts on infrastructure, education, and cultural outreach, backed by joint security patrols and armed Italian merchant protection forces that effectively deterred local bandits. Our engineering and construction contingents quickly arrived in Tirana, launching a nationwide recruitment campaign. We hired local recruiters fluent in Italian to post notices, offering stable wages and allocated housing under 5-year labor contracts for infrastructure, mining, and factory projects. Italian companies provided generous food supplies and built temporary shelters, quickly clearing the streets of homeless wanderers and absorbing thousands of impoverished laborers into new jobs. To advance our integration strategy, we established a special household registration office in Tirana. Leveraging the reciprocal status clause, our administrative teams began issuing equivalent identity cards to vetted Albanians, granting them unrestricted travel, residency, and employment rights across Italy without complex visa hurdles. This triggered an overwhelming rush at registration centers, even drawing cross-border migrants from neighboring Balkan states whom the Albanian authorities had to deport. By April, Tirana's population tripled to over 80,000. In the northern district, construction began on modern housing developments for Italian immigrants and local workers, while a new steel mill, dozens of light industrial factories, and expanding oil fields and mines absorbed tens of thousands of laborers. Although conservative customs still limited female workforce participation in rural areas, economic activity flourished. Zogu was delighted, believing our capital and organization simply reinforced his political prestige. Across the Adriatic, groups of Albanian workers arrived in northern industrial hubs like Milan, Turin, and Genoa, as well as southern ports and Libyan settlements. Local Italian labor offices registered them impartially, placing them into metallurgy, chemical, mechanical, and automotive sectors at standard domestic wages that astonished the new arrivals. Simultaneously, the Imperial National News, published by the newly reorganized National Revival Party, widely publicized their arrival. Through dedicated articles on our shared Greco-Roman heritage, we began reshaping public sentiment, reinforcing the narrative that Italians and Albanians were historically one family bound for reunification. Our rapid economic and structural integration with Albania quickly drew the attention of neighboring leaders, most notably General Theodoros Pangalos, the dictator of Greece. In early 1926, Pangalos declared a national emergency, dissolved parliament, and manipulated elections to name himself president for 5 years. His authoritarian purge of dissidents and disastrous decision to forcibly cut the face value of banknotes triggered hyperinflation, bank runs, and widespread economic collapse. Facing severe public rage and isolation from Britain and France, Pangalos realized his survival depended on external backing. Despite Italy still holding Corfu, he swallowed his pride and ordered Foreign Minister Loukas Kanakaris Rufos to seek financial aid from Rome using the Albanian model. In Rome, Foreign Minister Carlo Shanzel brought me the telegram from Athens, eager to replicate our Albanian strategy in Greece. While Shanzel worried that investing in such a volatile regime might waste our funds, I explained that backing Pangalos bought us valuable time. The longer he clung to power, the deeper our intelligence networks could infiltrate Greek military and government institutions before the inevitable collapse. I instructed Shanzel to travel personally to Athens to demonstrate high-level commitment, offering financial loans and weapon supplies to secure comprehensive concessions. Simultaneously, I summoned our intelligence chief, Basso, to execute a covert multi-layered operation. First, the agency had to safeguard Pangalos personally while helping train loyal elements of his army. Second, our operatives were to establish a Greek mercenary force in the Peloponnese to extract Pangalos to safety if a coup unfolded. Third, I ordered Basso to use third-party channels to secretly fund and equip the Greek Communist Party. If the communists overthrew the Athens government and repudiated our official treaties, Italy would gain the ultimate legal and moral pretext to intervene militarily, recovering state debts and containing communist expansion, leaving Britain and France completely unable to object. In Athens, Minister Rufos was thrilled by the news of Shanzel's upcoming visit, agreeing to keep the diplomatic reception modest to avoid drawing excessive attention. However, our moves did not escape British vigilance. Sir Percy Lorraine, the British minister in Athens, placed the Greek presidential palace under close surveillance, increasingly uneasy about Italy's relentless expansion across the Balkans. On May 3, Foreign Minister Carlo Shanzel arrived in Athens for direct talks with President Theodoros Pangalos. After setting a welcoming and respectful tone over lunch, Shanzel steered the discussion into formal negotiations alongside Greek Foreign Minister Loukas Kanakaris Rufos. Pangalos candidly admitted that Greece was internationally isolated and desperately needed financial rescue. Shanzel replied with our core demands. Italy would establish and manage a new Greek national central bank with sole currency issuing authority to replace the collapsed drachma, while securing exclusive rights to explore and extract Greece's mineral and petroleum resources. When Pangalos hesitated to surrender economic sovereignty, Shanzel introduced our military incentive. Italy would provide free military aid consisting of 50,000 firearms, 100 artillery pieces, and 20 light tanks, accompanied by an Italian advisory mission to modernize the Greek army and expand Pangalos's loyal Republican Guard. Facing internal dissent and fragile military control, Pangalos was tempted but pressed for the loan amount. Shanzel offered a massive 500 million lira package, leaving the Greek ministers stunned. When Pangalos still voiced concerns about public backlash in a nation of 6 million, Shanzel stood firm, making it clear this was our final offer. To break the deadlock, Minister Rufos asked if the loan could be made interest-free. Shanzel agreed, under the condition that Italy's exclusive mining rights would remain legally binding until the debt was fully cleared. Pangalos accepted on the nominal condition that Italy refrained from meddling in Greek domestic politics and military administration, an empty restriction that Shanzel readily accepted. Regarding existing British, French, and American concessions in Greece, Shanzel agreed to negotiate direct buyouts with those foreign firms, provided Athens granted all future mineral and exploration rights solely to Italy. Finally, Shanzel secured full freedom of movement and cultural exchange rights for Italian nationals across Greece. With both sides reaching a consensus, the comprehensive agreement was concluded, securing our economic and military foothold in Athens. Pangalos hosted a celebratory banquet, completely unaware that his desperate bid for survival was drawing Greece straight into our strategic net. The morning after our preliminary agreement, the Greek government publicized the core contents of the loan. Foreign Minister Rufos framed the package around public welfare and refugee relief. While tightly controlled citizens remained silent in public, a small group of Greek radicals staged protests outside our embassy, demanding the return of Corfu. However, the major powers responded with immediate hostility. The British legation issued a fierce diplomatic protest threatening severe sanctions. France lodged a milder objection against our exclusive economic privileges, while the American minister protested on commercial grounds, citing violations of open-door and fair competition principles. Fearing foreign intervention, President Theodoros Pangalos summoned Foreign Minister Carlos Shanzel to the palace in a panic. Shanzel reassured Pangalos of our unwavering support and promised to handle the three envoys individually. Resentful that the powers refused to rescue his country, yet blocked our assistance, Pangalos placed full trust in our diplomatic maneuvering. Ahead of the separate meetings, British Minister Sir Percy Lorraine convened a secret strategy session with French Minister Frédéric Clément-Simon and American Minister Erwin Laughlin. Lorraine warned his colleagues that our national reforms masked rising imperial ambitions across the Balkans, urging a unified front against Italian concessions. Simon agreed on protecting economic interests, setting France's red lines around safeguarding French investments in Greek tobacco, railway concessions, and public debt while rejecting Italian monopolies. However, Lorraine insisted on escalating the confrontation. He demanded that we terminate all support for Pangalos, enforce strict Greek political neutrality, and limit our naval presence across the Aegean Sea. Simon cautioned that imposing harsh political and military demands would instantly collapse negotiations. But Lorraine dismissed Italy as a second-rate power that would inevitably back down under threats of British sanctions. Laughlin maintained a detached stance, stating the United States would defend commercial access without taking the lead in political disputes. Although the three diplomats agreed to present a common economic front, their fundamental divisions and differing priorities gave Shanzel the exact opening we needed to divide and overcome them. In Athens, Foreign Minister Carlos Shanzel met with British Minister Sir Percy Lorraine. Lorraine adopted an arrogant and uncompromising stance, declaring that Britain would never allow Italy to control Greece or threaten the British Empire's interests. Seeing that Lorraine refused to negotiate, Shanzel promptly ended the meeting and telegraphed Rome for instructions. I received the telegram and remained unbothered, having fully anticipated Britain's reaction. With Britain currently paralyzed by a massive domestic general strike, I knew London lacked the capacity to intervene militarily. I instructed Shanzel to bypass British objections entirely and sign the agreement directly with Greek President Theodoros Pangalos, reassuring him with promises of immediate arms shipments, direct loans, and military backing if a crisis arose. Reassured by our firm guarantees, Pangalos braved foreign pressure and publicly announced the treaty. In London, Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin and Foreign Secretary Austen Chamberlain expressed outrage over our defiance. Unwilling to risk direct armed conflict, Chamberlain decided to avoid open sanctions and instead plotted covertly with British intelligence to back Greek opposition factions to overthrow Pangalos. Meanwhile, France and the United States chose to remain neutral, as the pact did not harm their existing commercial assets. On May 10, the Italian-Greek trade agreement was formally signed. Shanzel immediately released the first installment of 100 million lira, converted into over 330 million drachmas. We placed these funds under the supervision of the League of Nations Refugee Resettlement Committee and contracted Italian firms to build refugee housing while hiring local laborers. This targeted relief sparked immense gratitude among the more than 1 million Greek refugees, turning public opinion in our favor. Our financial delegation quickly established the new Central Bank of Greece. We placed Pangalos's appointee at the head while staffing executive roles with Italian financial experts. The bank issued a new currency, pegged to the lira, and offered a fair 1-to-1 exchange rate with the old notes, protecting private wealth and stabilizing the domestic economy. With Italian arms and funding pouring in, Pangalos intensified his domestic political purges. My father expressed relief at our diplomatic success, though I reminded him that Britain would inevitably resort to covert sabotage. To keep London off balance, I aligned Italy closely with France at international disarmament conferences and leaked hints of a potential Franco-Italian alliance. This diplomatic pressure forced Britain to lean toward backing Germany, advancing my broader European strategy. Following our diplomatic maneuvers in Greece, I adopted a low-key posture to avoid overextending our reach against major powers. Knowing that lasting international influence requires solid economic and military foundations, I reallocated surplus infrastructure capital toward aviation, telecommunications, and commercial maritime shipping. In aviation, our new Rome experimental facility completed successful test flights for a medium-sized, all-metal civil airliner. To commercialize this breakthrough, I established the Italy Civil Aviation Group under the National Development Group. We initiated trial passenger routes connecting mainland hubs like Rome, Milan, and Naples, with regional centers including Tirana, Tripoli, and Benghazi, while enacting formal civil aviation safety laws and building modern airfields. In communications, I launched a comprehensive undersea composite cable network to link mainland Italy directly with Albania, Libya, and East Africa. Partnering with Pirelli while maintaining parallel research in our experimental zone, I aim to unify our Mediterranean territories into a seamless telegraph and telephone network. In maritime shipping, we upgraded commercial ports across Italy and our overseas territories, subsidizing domestic shipbuilders and cargo lines to secure international freight routes across Europe and the Indian Ocean. Domestically, rising wages fueled consumer spending. The widespread adoption of private automobiles sparked an expansion in domestic tourism, modern hospitality, and recreation. To foster national pride and public fitness, I structured a nationwide sports system. We established the National Football League, where regional champions received the prestigious King's Cup or Queen's Cup directly from the royal family, alongside a National Basketball League and triennial national games held ahead of the Olympics. This initiative drove widespread construction of modern stadiums and athletic facilities. Our industrial exports surged across international markets. Affordable Fiat cars, trucks, and buses became prime competitors against Ford, securing large sales across the Mediterranean, the Americas, and the Soviet Union, which ordered thousands of Fiat Model 1 sedans for official state use. Through the Duke of Aosta's diplomatic outreach, Italian goods penetrated Ethiopia in exchange for gold and raw minerals, while Albania and Greece served as captive markets for our manufactured output. Backed by Italian arms and financial support, President Pangalos consolidated control over Athens, relaxing harsh domestic controls to stabilize his regime against British-backed opposition plots monitored by our intelligence. As Britain and France spent the remainder of the year suppressing overseas colonial rebellions, Europe enjoyed a period of calm, allowing Italy's industrial and commercial strength to expand rapidly. As another demanding year drew to a close, the royal palace felt quieter than usual. Both of my elder sisters were married, leaving mostly my parents, my younger sisters, and myself at home. While resting in the salon, 12-year-old Maria playfully massaged my shoulders, pleading for extra pocket money to send holiday gifts to the ordinary local friends she had made. I happily indulged her, reminding her that our tradition was to exchange modest, meaningful gifts that ordinary families could easily reciprocate. 19-year-old Giovanna teased us from the sofa, and we exchanged fond banter under the warm gaze of our parents. To take a break from years of relentless state work, I organized a quiet weekend getaway to our private countryside estate. On a crisp, sunny winter morning, our family set off. My married sisters, Yolanda and Mafalda, joined us while their husbands were occupied with duties in Rome. To keep the trip low profile and relaxing, we traveled together in a single extended family car, followed by discreet security sedans, rather than a formal royal motorcade. When we arrived at the snow-covered manor, the tranquil scenery and fresh air immediately lifted our spirits. Maria bounded into the deep snow to start a snowball fight with Giovanna, while Yolanda playfully scolded me for keeping such a picturesque retreat to myself. My father jokingly remarked that the estate would make a fine retirement retreat, while my mother insisted it be reserved for my future bride. We gathered inside the main lodge around a crackling stone fireplace for a traditional holiday feast of roasted meats, fresh stews, sweet cakes, and warm mulled wine. As my sisters teased Maria about her holiday plans, my father expressed his deep pride in how much our hard work had stabilized and revived the nation over the past 4 years. I told him that while Italy remained under his sovereign reign, I was building its future and relied on his continued backing. He gave me his unconditional support, proud that the crown's bond with the Italian people was stronger than ever. After lunch, my sisters went back out to play in the snow, while I stayed by the warmth of the cabin, chatting peacefully with my parents and enjoying a rare, precious moment of family happiness before returning to the burdens of statecraft. Following our busy holiday season and cabinet reviews, international tensions escalated sharply. In late February 1927, British Foreign Secretary Austen Chamberlain issued a severe ultimatum threatening to sever diplomatic and trade ties with the Soviet Union over alleged revolutionary interference. While Germany was caught in an awkward position between its eastern and western treaties, Italy remained safely neutral. Leaning toward France, we prepared to step in and quietly capture trade markets vacated by Britain. In mid-March, encouraging news arrived from France. The converted aircraft carrier Béarn successfully completed her flight trials. Having gained first-hand technical expertise during the joint project, Rear Admiral Romeo Bernardi returned to Italy with his engineering team. In early April, I visited the Royal Navy shipyard to review our independent carrier construction program. I commended Bernardi's team and directed Navy Minister Paolo Thondireval to double their bonuses. Bernardi presented blueprints for a purpose-built light aircraft carrier of 24,000 tons, capable of reaching 31 knots and carrying 48 aircraft. The total estimated cost, including carrier-based planes, stood at 180 million lira, representing an affordable fraction of our naval budget. I approved the carrier design while emphasizing strict secrecy, parallel aircraft development, and expanded pilot reserves. Bernardi confirmed that Italian aviators had already completed flight tests in France and were utilizing our seaplane pilot corps to establish comprehensive training programs. To support our maritime expansion, I pledged to raise next year's naval budget to 3 billion lira. Bernardi seized the moment to propose building a modern carrier battle group, combining the carrier with a new standard battleship and cruisers under Washington Naval Treaty replacement rules. I endorsed the strategy and directed the Navy to maximize its replacement quota by scrapping obsolete pre-dreadnoughts and decommissioned hulls to free up 70,000 tons of treaty allowance. Rather than building standard treaty-bound vessels, I instructed the designers to plan 2 advanced, well-armed heavy cruisers of 15,000 tons alongside the new capital ship. With full consensus achieved, I ordered the shipyard leadership to finalize blueprints, secure necessary supplies, and lay the carrier's keel before the end of the year. I also tasked Revel with forming dedicated research teams to advance submarine warfare, anti-submarine tactics, and shipboard radio communication systems, ensuring our fleet secured a lasting technological edge in the Mediterranean. After concluding my naval inspections at the Royal Regio shipyard, I decided to walk through Naples in plain clothes, accompanied by my bodyguard Captain Parisi and discreet security. Over the past 3 years, Naples had absorbed 4 neighboring towns. tripling in urban area and surpassing 1 million residents to become the largest metropolis in the south. Walking along the coastal promenade, I took in the bustling harbor where cranes constantly unloaded cargo and trucks shuttled between the docks and northern industrial districts. Unlike Rome's solemn political and cultural atmosphere, Naples throbbed with raw productive energy. In the preserved historic quarters, local life flourished alongside traditional storefronts, protected by our strict reform laws that respected private property rights and avoided disruptive, forced redevelopments. We stopped at an unassuming street stall where I ordered margarita pizzas and coffee for my companions. The elderly shopkeeper shared how drastically life had improved. In the past, families depended entirely on unstable seafaring and faced widespread poverty. Now, his son and grandson earned steady factory wages, and he was saving to purchase a modern 120-square-meter apartment in the northern district for his grandson. Our cabinet had strictly capped property speculation to ensure affordable housing, keeping prices stable and preventing domestic unrest. At nearby tables, off-duty dock workers gathered over wine, laughing and comparing notes about wage increases and their children's schooling. When I casually asked whether local officials ever extorted merchants or demanded bribes, the shopkeeper and laborers quickly dismissed the idea. They noted that our anti-corruption laws imposed severe penalties. Any corrupt official faced full family exile to Libya for penal forestry labor, along with the loss of government benefits and social restrictions lasting generations. The workers raised their glasses in a toast, praising the monarchy and the government for transforming the country from post-war hardship into a secure, thriving era. Hearing their genuine optimism confirmed that our policies had taken firm root in the everyday lives of our people. Fully satisfied with the progress of the South, I quietly led my guards away into the evening crowd. The next day, I traveled by car with my companions to inspect the North City Industrial Zone in Naples. The district was filled with towering factories and smokestacks, representing our key southern heavy industries, including metallurgy, machinery, chemicals, and shipbuilding. Across the newly paved and landscaped avenue stood orderly worker dormitories and neighborhood parks filled with women and playing children. Under the guise of an ordinary business traveler, I entered a local steel mill to observe operations firsthand. While walking through the active workshop, an observant worker named Attilio Valerio recognized me. He was a veteran and former stormtrooper who had registered with me during the early days in Rome. As word of my presence spread, more than 1,000 workers, staff, and nearby residents gathered around in an enthusiastic crowd. To maintain order and ensure safety, I stepped onto an elevated work platform with a megaphone. I spoke warmly to the crowd, expressing my deep satisfaction in seeing their stable lives, steady employment, and renewed hope for the future. I reminded them that our national reforms were designed to ensure their prosperity, reassuring them that if local government ever failed to resolve their hardships, they could bring their grievances directly to the palace in Rome. The crowd erupted into loud cheers and applause for the monarchy. After encouraging the workers to return to their shifts, I met with the factory owner, Aldo Trevisan, in his office. Trevisan explained that he had transitioned from being a small landowner by taking out land bond loans to build the steel mill. By paying fair wages and providing robust benefits, his business earned over 10 million lira in annual profit while enjoying genuine respect from the workforce. I commended his success and encouraged him to reinvest future profits into new ventures to create more jobs. On the third day, I visited Villanova Memorial Square alongside Naples Mayor Alberto Ferrari and local officials. The square and its adjacent cemetery honored the heroes who sacrificed their lives during our hard-fought land reforms. I walked on foot along the main avenue toward the memorial, joined by tens of thousands of citizens, farmers, and children who followed in quiet reverence to lay flowers. Mayor Ferrari noted that families regularly brought their children to the memorial park to understand how our modern prosperity was achieved. Walking back through the double lines of supportive citizens, I felt deeply moved, knowing the monarchy's bond with the working people remained unbreakable. Upon returning to Rome, I reviewed the report from our East African expedition. It concluded that low rainfall and high irrigation costs made the region unsuitable for rubber cultivation, though Italian Somalia showed strong promise for cash crops like grain, cotton, and sugarcane. Because global natural rubber was heavily concentrated in British and Dutch territories, which were tightening restrictions, I needed another path to secure strategic stockpiles. I summoned Vitali, general manager of the National Development Group, and ordered him to quietly scale up rubber imports across various trading fronts, aiming for over 800,000 tons in reserves by 1938. Simultaneously, we improved long-term chemical preservation technology to extend the rubber's shelf life up to 7 years. Leveraging our close royal ties with Belgium, I also directed Vitale to invest in newly opened rubber plantations in the Belgian Congo to establish a reliable source outside British control. Meanwhile, a major crisis erupted in Europe. Foreign Minister Carlo Schanzel informed me that British police had raided Soviet trade offices in London, using seized documents to accuse Moscow of espionage and internal subversion. London was actively deflecting domestic economic troubles and labor unrest by creating a foreign adversary. On May 27th, Britain formally severed diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union, terminated their 1921 trade agreement, and imposed a total embargo. Moscow responded forcefully, declaring that war with Western imperialism was imminent. The Soviets mobilized their industrial apparatus for full defense, alarming neighboring states like Poland, Romania, and Finland. Britain joined forces with France, Poland, and Romania to construct an anti-Soviet blockade across the Baltic and Black Seas, cutting off Moscow's direct trade routes with Germany. London then demanded that Italy join the anti-Soviet alliance. I had no intention of entangling Italy in Britain's manufactured confrontation, which presented a massive opportunity to capture vacated markets. I instructed Schanzel to stage mild public criticism of the Soviets to placate London while keeping trade channels wide open. When the Soviet ambassador requested confidential talks, I ordered Schanzel to receive the envoy warmly. I also directed him to visit Turkey immediately afterward to ensure Ankara remained neutral, preserving our vital merchant shipping corridor through the Black Sea. In mid-June, after our foreign ministry issued a routine diplomatic statement of concern, a Soviet special envoy secretly arrived in Rome to negotiate our ongoing partnership. Maxim Litvinov, the first deputy People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs of the Soviet Union, arrived in Rome in disguise for confidential discussions with Foreign Minister Carlo Schanzel. Communicating in German to maintain absolute secrecy, Litvinov explained that, facing a total British embargo, Moscow urgently needed Italy to serve as its economic lifeline and bridge to European commerce. Schanzel confirmed our neutral stance, explaining that our public statements were mere diplomatic formalities. Both sides quickly aligned their interests. We sought reliable imports of crude oil, minerals, and grains alongside open export markets, while the Soviets required our machinery, industrial technology, and foreign exchange. To offset the Western blockade, Litvinov agreed to slash tariffs on Italian industrial exports, while Schanzel pledged that Italy would treat the Soviet Union as an equal economic partner. Leaving the technical details to his resident diplomats, Litvinov departed swiftly for Turkey to ensure the Black Sea shipping corridor remained open. Following the meeting, Schanzel briefed me at the Prime Minister's office. He noted that the Soviets were under immense pressure and purely interested in practical trade rather than political conditions. Examining our strategic map, I pointed out that Britain was orchestrating a massive containment perimeter stretching from India and Iran to Eastern Europe. Schanzel then voiced concern over what Italy would do if Britain and France eventually turned their containment policies against us. I outlined our long-term contingency. If the Western powers ever blockaded Italy, we would form a direct continental bloc with the Soviet Union, draw Germany into our alignment, secure our Mediterranean maritime routes through Greece and Turkey, and establish complete control over the Balkans. Recognizing the immense scope of our future struggles, the 61-year-old foreign minister expressed concern about his advancing age. I reassured him of my confidence in his leadership, while urging him to groom a capable successor. I suggested rotating Amedeo Goretti, a talented young diplomat trained in our new Rome experimental zone who had performed admirably during U.S. debt negotiations, to London or Berlin for broader international experience. I also authorized Schanzel to independently select and appoint a trusted deputy minister to alleviate his daily workload. Reassured by my complete trust, Schanzel prepared to manage our expanding diplomatic networks, ensuring Italy possessed the economic partnerships and strategic depth necessary to withstand any future Western pressure. Diplomat Amedeo Goretti sent an urgent message from the United States, reporting that the Federal Reserve had unexpectedly cut its rediscount rate from 4% to 3.5%, while purchasing $50 million in Treasury bonds. Recognizing the danger, I summoned Finance Minister Giulio Vaccari and Treasury Minister Marco Rinaldi to analyze the situation. Rinaldi noted that while Wall Street was caught in a speculative frenzy, the American real economy was already showing severe fatigue with falling commodity prices and shrinking steel and coal production. Vaccari observed that a weakening dollar would lower our import costs for oil and minerals, but warned that cheap American credit would drive large volumes of international hot money into developing markets like Italy. Knowing the catastrophic crash awaiting the world in 1929, I instructed them to draft a confidential financial defense plan immediately. First, we had to adjust our interest rate differential and cut commercial lending leverage limits from 10 times to 5 times, strictly banning speculative real estate or stock loans while tying credit to physical production assets. Second, we instituted strict controls on foreign capital by establishing a mandatory registration system, levying a 15% tax on short-term foreign debt, and requiring foreign investors to hold Italian bonds and industrial equities for at least 3 years. We also capped annual profit repatriation at 50%, requiring the remainder to be reinvested domestically. Third, we created a stock market regulatory team to monitor foreign accounts, raised transaction fees to curb speculation, and banned personal margin loans. Rinaldi assured me that our existing housing controls and lending restrictions had already protected Italy from property speculation. I emphasized that these preventive measures had to remain strictly confidential to prevent public panic and market instability. After the ministers departed, I met with Leon Laterzi of Starlight Capital and instructed him to coordinate with our leadership in Switzerland to begin a phased asset transfer. We plan to shift 2/3 of our global holdings back to Italy, steadily converting cash into physical gold, Swiss francs, and vital strategic resources. I set strict deadlines to liquidate all American stocks and assets before the bubble burst. Finally, I ordered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to direct our embassies across major nations to monitor foreign, banking, and financial policies, ensuring Italy remained insulated from the coming global economic collapse. As American interest rate cuts accelerated international market speculation, Germany announced that its industrial production had returned to pre-war levels under the Dawes Plan, drawing heavy foreign investment. In contrast, I strictly capped speculative capital inflows into Italy, directing excess funds toward Germany. The faster Germany recovered, the more dependent France became on Italian cooperation to safeguard its security. However, our long-term strategy required genuine national strength through territorial expansion. Rather than wasting vital resources on distant African conquests like Mussolini did, I set my sights firmly on the Balkans. Our expansion sequence was mapped out. First, assimilate Albania, next secure Greece, despite expected Western opposition, and then absorb Bulgaria while bypassing the French defensive perimeter. Knowing the impending Great Depression in 2 years would shatter the post-war peace order, I accelerated our military modernization to prepare for future conflict. In early September, I summoned our senior military leadership to the 12th Corps base for confidential talks on armed forces reform. Over the past 2 years, the 12th Corps had reached full strength, with 58,700 men across 3 modernized infantry divisions, a heavy artillery regiment, and a tank regiment. To maximize our limited manpower, each division was structured for heavy firepower and rapid mobility, integrating mortar, sniper, grenade launcher, and flamethrower squads. The corps featured standardized artillery calibers matching German specifications, including 150mm field guns and 203mm heavy howitzers, backed by 100 tanks and coordinated air support for independent strategic operations. Simultaneously, we developed an experimental armored division, consisting of 12,000 personnel, over 1,500 motor vehicles, 220 tanks, and mobile self-propelled artillery. I led War Minister Pietro Badoglio, Army Chief Giuseppe Vaccari, and our generals to inspect the armored units conducting high-speed breakthrough drills. Accustomed to static positional warfare and poorly equipped infantry, the generals were astonished by the sheer power and momentum of our armored formations. Vaccari and Badoglio remarked that such a mechanized strike force could sweep through the Italian peninsula along our coastal plains within 2 days. I pointed out that this rapid maneuverability would make our forces formidable across the vast plains of Europe. 12th Corps Commander Cosentino then presented the unit's streamlined organizational structure and advanced weaponry. Seeing how thoroughly the traditional doctrines had been transformed, the generals looked on with deep admiration as we prepared to formally convene our strategy session. Following our morning inspections, I convened an extraordinary high-level military conference under the tightest security, gathering Badoglio, Vaccari, Morelli, Revel, Duhet, and Picchio. I laid out our long-term strategic goal, transforming Italy from a marginalized nation into a dominant power capable of reclaiming its rightful place in Europe and the Mediterranean. To achieve this, we launched a comprehensive 10-year military expansion program. For the Army, I ordered the expansion and restructuring of 20 full corps based on the modernized 12th Corps model, prioritizing the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 8th Armies within 5 years. When Badoglio raised concerns regarding industrial pressure and strategic resources for such a motorized force, I revealed our confidential findings. Libya held immense petroleum reserves that far exceeded Albania's, justifying our heavy fortifications in North Africa. When Badoglio asked whether we were preparing for war, I confirmed that true national strength required territorial expansion. I expanded the mountain forces to 5 divisions, established 3 airborne divisions, and planned a phased mechanization of our armored divisions. In total, the standing army would exceed 1 million men within 10 years, supported by rotational officer training at the 12th Corps base. Turning to the Air Force, I commended Duhet and Picchio, but raised our targets substantially. I tasked them with training 100,000 combat-ready pilots over the next decade. The new structure planned for 20 territorial air divisions, alongside specialized strike forces, including 6 fighter divisions, 3 bomber divisions, and 2 strategic bomber divisions, to guarantee total air superiority. For the Navy, I instructed Revel to maximize our fleet strength by phasing out obsolete hulls while preparing to break naval treaty limits during the coming economic crisis. I reorganized the fleet into regional defensive commands, covering the Eastern Mediterranean, Western Mediterranean, and mainland home waters, alongside numbered carrier strike fleets designed for offensive operations. I gave the Navy a clear objective: build 2 complete aircraft carrier strike groups within 10 years to seize total naval dominance over the Mediterranean. The secret conference continued for a full week to refine logistics, tactical coordination, and production pipelines. To sustain this massive modernization without overwhelming our finances, I pledged an annual military budget increase of at least 500 million lira. With our objectives set, Italy's military transformation officially began. At the end of the month, Leonardo Vitale, general manager of the National Development Group, and Alfieri Rizzo, head of our North African geological exploration, returned to Rome with momentous news. After nearly 2 years of deep desert drilling below 2,000 meters, Rizzo confirmed the discovery of massive oil reserves in the Sirte Basin, specifically around the Sarir, Waha, and Raguba regions. They also located oil deposits in the western Tripolitania Basin alongside exploitable natural gas reserves. While security was no longer an issue in our fully pacified Libyan territory, Rizzo detailed the harsh technical and logistical challenges of desert extraction. Extreme summer temperatures above 50 degrees Celsius, abrasive desert sand, and rapid machinery wear required custom-designed drilling equipment. Furthermore, commercial production demanded dedicated pipeline networks, coastal refineries, regional power grids, transport infrastructure, and expanded seawater desalination for fresh water supplies. I instructed the National Development Group to fund all necessary industrial development and authorized the recruitment of top foreign engineering talent. I gave Rizzo a clear 10-year mandate to scale Libya's annual oil production to 10 million tons. Both men were stunned by my long-term projection of over 100 million tons in petroleum reserves, realizing Italy had secured an energy reserve rivaling Romania. I ordered the entire project kept strictly confidential under the cover of water resource surveys and mineral prospecting to prevent international interference. Vitale confirmed that local labor was currently sufficient, and I noted that future labor demands could be easily met by recruiting from the mainland, Albania, or Greece. Meanwhile, across the Adriatic, our investments in Albanian oil fields were already yielding over 100 tons of crude per day, steadily growing toward meeting our domestic baseline needs. Following the briefing, I returned to the palace study to share the breakthrough with my father, King Victor Emmanuel III. When he initially downplayed the report by comparing it to Albania, I told him that Libya's petroleum reserves were vast enough to power Italy for a century. Stunned by the revelation, he dropped his newspaper in shock and paced the room in sheer excitement. I reminded him that we must maintain absolute secrecy, proud that our relentless preparations had secured Italy's ultimate strategic lifeline. During dinner at the palace, my younger sister Giovanna invited me to attend an academic debate at the University of Rome between Greek visiting scholars and Italian history, graduate students regarding the true legitimacy of the Roman Empire. Intrigued by how Greek intellectuals viewed their historical ties to Rome, I agreed to go. The next day, Giovanna, my security guards, and I dressed in ordinary autumn attire, with veils to conceal our royal identities, and sat quietly in the front row of the university hall. The debate centered on a central question displayed prominently in Latin and Greek. Who is the rightful heir to the Roman Empire? Professor Matteo Corsini, dean of the history department at the University of Rome, opened for the Italian side. He argued that Rome was the eternal birthplace of civilization, Roman law, and Latin culture. He contended that the administrative division of 395 AD never severed Rome's core heritage, and that modern Italy had revived Roman traditions, law, and monuments as the true geographic and institutional heart of the empire. In response, Constantine, the Greek student representative, countered that true imperial legitimacy relied on uninterrupted civilizational continuity, administrative succession, and pure religious faith. He argued that when Emperor Constantine moved the capital to Constantinople in 330 AD, the Byzantine Empire became the legitimate continuation of the Roman state. He asserted that while Italy fell to Gothic and Lombard invasions, Eastern Rome preserved Roman institutions and pure Christian orthodoxy for over 1,000 years. The debate grew fierce as Italian Representative Elena Viola argued that Byzantium had become Hellenized and lost its Roman essence, while the Italian Renaissance revived classical civilization. Greek speaker Nina replied that Greek philosophy, Roman statecraft, and Christian theology merged in Byzantium to preserve European culture against barbarian invasions. Corsini pushed back, stating that Byzantium was only an eastern branch, whereas modern Italy had awakened the true Roman national consciousness across the Mediterranean. Constantine retorted that modern Greek independence directly continued the political and institutional lineage of the Roman emperors. Both sides cited classical historians like Procopius and Ammianus Marcellinus, debating the great schisms and historical successions. Listening from the audience, I smiled quietly, recognizing that this intense intellectual engagement over shared Roman roots was actively reinforcing the deep cultural bridge connecting Italy and Greece. The university debate quickly sparked a cultural phenomenon. Major newspapers, radio stations, and scholars across multiple nations passionately joined the discussion. With our rising living standards and literacy rates, ordinary citizens took pride in exploring our shared classical heritage, making publications and broadcasts by the National Revival Party extraordinarily popular. The movement expanded into a cultural and economic boom across the Mediterranean. Tourism tied to Roman historical sites surged throughout Italy, Greece, and Albania. Integrated Albanians fully embraced this heritage, enjoying equal educational and employment rights as Italian citizens. Our foreign ministry partnered with academic institutions to sponsor study tours for qualified Greek students to visit Italy. At the same time, thousands of young Greeks rallied outside our embassy in Athens, demanding an equal status agreement that would grant them the same unrestricted rights to work and live in Italy as the Albanians. The controversy reverberated across Europe. French publications dismissed both Italy and Greece as unworthy claimants to classical Rome, while Spanish and Portuguese outlets claimed the true Latin legacy belonged to the Iberian Peninsula. German commentators argued that the Holy Roman Empire held the authentic succession. Romanian newspapers proclaimed themselves the pure living fossils of Roman civilization along the Danube, and Britain remained indifferent. Just before Christmas, our national newspaper published a unifying summary to frame the narrative. It declared that the struggle over orthodoxy was not a contest of winners and losers, but a shared bond. Italy, as the heir to Western Rome, and Greece, as the successor to Eastern Rome, were brother civilizations whose common roots connected their modern destinies. Meanwhile, local Libyan publications highlighted Emperor Septimius Severus, pointing out that only a reunified Roman world truly honored imperial history. To institutionalize this momentum, we established the Roman Empire Research Association to fund international archaeological excavations, restore ancient ruins, and produce historical films and music. I sent secret letters of commendation to Enrico Corradini and Luigi Federzoni for steering the public dialogue so effectively. By anchoring our geopolitical ambitions in deep historical kinship, I ensured that our future Mediterranean integration would be met with natural public acceptance rather than regional resistance. By early 1928, 5 years of disciplined reforms had turned Italy into the most stable and prosperous economy in Europe. While Western society indulged in consumerism, I maintained strict public order. We cracked down heavily on gambling, narcotics, prostitution, and street violence, sending habitual troublemakers to labor programs in Libya. As a result, Italy became the safest nation on the continent. Our technological and industrial investments yielded breakthroughs. Purified penicillin reached clinical application standards at our New Rome Experimental Hospital, prompting us to expand production and secure patents. Domestic radio, television, and automotive technologies matched global standards, while our experimental rocketry program scheduled its first launch test for March. I also continued funding advanced military research, including an institute dedicated to atomic physics. Driven by incoming foreign technical talent, our chemical and mechanical sectors expanded steadily. Across the continent, France and Germany showed apparent economic recovery, but structural flaws remained. In France, Prime Minister Raymond Poincaré restored the gold standard and accelerated infrastructure projects, yet agricultural stagnation and falling farm prices signaled long-term imbalances. In Germany, industrial output surged, but the economy relied dangerously on foreign short-term capital while suffering from chronic unemployment exceeding 1.3 million and a lack of overseas markets. To shield Italy from rising competition, I anchored our foreign trade to the Soviet Union. With the launch of Moscow's first 5-year plan and a population of 150 million, Soviet demand for industrial equipment exploded. Leveraging our neutral status, Italy became the primary commercial transit hub between Western industry and the Soviet Union. We imported British and French machinery, supplied it to Moscow alongside Italian technical support, and received cheap Soviet crude oil, minerals, grains, and timber via the Black Sea shipping corridor. Beneath the surface of European prosperity, political instability deepened as democratic institutions eroded across multiple nations. Terrified by Germany's industrial resurgence, French Foreign Minister Aristide Briand attempted to bind the United States to French security through a bilateral non-aggression pact. However, Washington resisted exclusive European entanglements, countering with a multilateral treaty proposal that stalled in prolonged negotiations. As the major powers remained consumed by domestic vulnerabilities and diplomatic maneuvering, I continued to quietly fortify Italy's economic and strategic foundations. In late March, troubling intelligence reached Rome. Albanian President Ahmed Zogali desired to crown himself king and was seeking our official blessing. I immediately summoned Foreign Minister Carlo Shanzel and Intelligence Director Basso to address the issue. Shanzel firmly opposed backing Zogali's coronation, noting that deposing a monarch we had personally legitimized would severely harm Italy's international reputation later. I agreed, yet recognized that flatly refusing him risked provoking a rebellion. Therefore, I decided to advance our timeline for the complete annexation of Albania to early 1930. When the impending global economic crisis erupted within 2 years, Britain and France would be completely consumed by domestic turmoil, providing the perfect cover for us to act. Testing Western resolve in Albania would also reveal their baseline tolerance for our future expansion. I outlined our contingency for Zogali. If he cooperated with a national referendum to join the Italian kingdom, we would grant him a hereditary prince's title. If he resisted, he would be exiled, and if he actively organized armed opposition, his safety during a coup could not be guaranteed. Basso and Shanzel confirmed that our deep infiltration had already secured control over Albania's economy, education, and civil administration, as well as key army regimental commanders and junior officers. To keep Zogali pacified in the meantime, Shanzel traveled directly to Tirana. He tactfully warned Zogali that declaring a monarchy without international prestige would provoke hostile northern and southern tribes. When Zogali questioned why other nations would object if Rome approved, Shanzel deflected by raising the strict bloodline traditions of European royalty. He suggested Zogali first elevate his status by seeking a royal marriage. When Zogali boldly hinted at marrying an Italian princess, Shanzel politely closed that door, explaining that my sister's marriage had already been arranged. Instead, Shanzel encouraged him to seek a bride among former German, Bourbon, or Habsburg noble lines, presenting him with a luxurious custom royal limousine from me as a placating gift. Zogali was flattered by the royal treatment and agreed to delay his plans, promising a letter of thanks. After Shanzel departed, Zogali's mother, Sadi, warned her son that our royal house was deliberately blocking his coronation and urged him to remain wary of my growing influence. However, Zogali recognized that without Italian financial, economic, and military backing, his fragile regime would instantly collapse under tribal revolts and Yugoslavian pressure. With Zogali temporarily placated, our secret preparations for final integration proceeded on schedule. On June 20th, a dramatic shooting erupted in the Yugoslav parliament when a Serbian Radical Party deputy shot several Croatian Peasant Party representatives, severely wounding party leader Stjepan Radic. This incident ignited deep ethnic hostility between Serbs and Croats across the kingdom. With our mineral supplies now secured through the Soviet Union, Yugoslavia was no longer essential to our economic plans. Recognizing that an internal conflict would weaken our neighbor ahead of the coming global crisis, I summoned Intelligence Director Basso to orchestrate our destabilization strategy. First, I directed our intelligence network to manipulate corrupt Serbian officials into passing oppressive policies against minority populations to inflame ethnic grievances. Second, I ordered covert military training and weapon shipments to separatist factions in Croatia, Slovenia, and Macedonia. Third, we explored supporting the underground Yugoslav Communist Party to prepare an armed uprising. When Basso raised concerns about potential French diplomatic intervention, I explained that a confrontation with Britain and France was inevitable within 3 years as our domestic infrastructure peaked. If Paris intervened, we would simply stir up unrest in French colonies to divert their attention. Basso briefed me on the Yugoslav military, noting that, while their armed forces numbered 150,000 men with significant mobilization potential, their equipment was outdated and their Serbian-dominated officer corps was crippled by systemic corruption and payroll fraud. I instructed Basso to ensure our backed rebel groups could withstand initial government crackdowns. If Croatian or Slovenian insurgents faltered, we would offer them regional autonomy under Italian protection, using the protracted conflict to gradually annex their territory. Concurrently, I ordered Italian commercial enterprises to liquidate their assets in Yugoslavia, selling their shares to British and French buyers before the storm hit. Basso then delivered an intelligence update from Germany. In the recent elections, the National Socialist Party secured 12 seats, while the exiled Mussolini had become an advisor to Adolf Hitler, with their party membership surpassing 100,000 among workers and farmers. I ordered Basso to monitor their progress closely. Returning exhausted to the royal palace after a long day of state affairs, I looked forward to a moment of rest. As I sat down, my parents approached with bright smiles, handing me a personal letter from my future father-in-law, the King of the Belgians. My parents handed me a letter from King Albert I of Belgium, asking whether the Italian royal family was ready to formalize a wedding date for Princess Marie-José and me. While I felt 24 was still young and had avoided rushing into marriage due to state duties, my mother, Queen Elena, insisted that we secure an heir without delay. My mother initially suggested holding the wedding during Christmas of 1929. However, knowing that the global economic crash would peak late that year, I urged moving the date to early summer, when pleasant weather and blooming flowers would allow nationwide celebrations. My parents happily agreed to oversee all ceremony arrangements, and my father drafted our official reply to the Belgian court. The following day, I called Marie-José on our private diplomatic telephone line to share the joyful plans. In mid-July, our two royal families agreed on June 1, 1929, as our official wedding date. To make the occasion historic, I decreed that June 1 would become Italy's permanent National Children's Day, safeguarding the rights, education, and health of children while protecting them from neglect. I announced a royal gift for every child in Italy, accompanied by a 7-day school holiday and 5 days of paid statutory parental leave reimbursed through employer tax credits. The Ministry of Justice codified the holiday into law. When the announcement was broadcast across every province, spontaneous celebrations erupted nationwide, further deepening public devotion to the crown despite the bewilderment of foreign observers whose governments could not match our social welfare. To elevate the national spirit, I commissioned 2 epic historical feature films through the National Revival Party, celebrating Augustus Caesar and Emperor Trajan. I gave the production teams full financial backing and assigned reserve soldiers from our New Rome experimental zone to stage realistic grand battle scenes. These films were scheduled for free nationwide screenings for 2 months, following the wedding to awaken historical pride and the martial spirit of Roman expansion. Additionally, I ordered our cultural propaganda department to produce a comprehensive documentary capturing the authentic story and achievements of our domestic reforms since 1923, ensuring the entire nation entered the coming year unified and inspired. Following the announcement of our wedding date, I returned to state governance. On the advice of our financial experts, I enacted currency parity agreements with Albania and Greece, establishing a 1-to-1 exchange rate with the lira while aligning foreign exchange mechanisms to eliminate currency speculation. Because our financial institutions controlled the central banks of both nations, we prevented excessive banknote printing and firmly integrated their economies into Italy's financial system. Over 100,000 Italian workers and technical personnel had settled in Albania, solving local skilled labor shortages, while Greek workers in Italian enterprises enjoyed matching wages and benefits. In mid-August, our aviation research team completed the designs for our first generation of standardized military aircraft. Accompanied by our senior military leadership, I visited the New Rome experimental airfield to inspect the prototypes. Research Institute Director Giuseppe Beltramini presented our first all-metal monoplane fighter, powered by our domestically developed 600-horsepower Yunchi liquid-cooled engine. The aircraft achieved a top speed of 355 kilometers per hour, a ceiling of 7,800 meters, and a range of 620 kilometers with nose-mounted machine guns. Alongside the fighter, Our engineers introduced a two-seat light bomber carrying a 450-kilogram payload and a specialized single-seat dive bomber capable of delivering 250-kilogram bombs. These aircraft gave us a decisive technological advantage over Britain and America, whose air arms still relied on slower biplanes. I emphasized that achieving absolute air superiority remained the essential foundation of modern combat, instructing Beltramini to treat these prototypes as the baseline for continuous improvements in speed and maneuverability. Air Force leaders Giulio De Het and Pier Piccio confirmed they had worked closely with the designers to ensure the planes met rigorous combat and pilot training requirements. Next, I inspected our new carrier-based aviation fleet, powered by durable Yunxiao air-cooled engines. The carrier aircraft included folding wing fighters reaching 325 kilometers per hour, dive bombers, and dedicated torpedo bombers designed for coordinated naval strikes. Navy Minister Paolo Thaon di Revel noted that these carrier squadrons would finally eliminate Britain's unilateral naval dominance across the Mediterranean, recalling how British carrier aircraft had threatened our fleet during the Corfu dispute. I assured Revel that our expanding carrier fleet would settle past grievances when the time came, personally thanking the test pilots for securing Italy's mastery of the skies. At the experimental zone test airfield, 24 pilots prepared to demonstrate our newly finalized military aircraft. The airfield used an unpaved dirt runway to simulate realistic wartime conditions. Accompanied by our senior military leadership and engineers, I took my seat in the observation area to watch the flight trials. The demonstration began with two land-based fighters powered by Yunchi V-25 liquid-cooled engines, accelerating smoothly along the rough dirt strip within 100 meters. Both aircraft lifted off in unison. In the air, they executed tight turns, continuous rolls, and high-speed maneuvers. The all-metal airframes showed remarkable structural rigidity, avoiding the vibrations and stall risks common to older biplanes. Chief Engineer Eric von Kleist and our Air Force commanders, Giulio De Het and Pier Piccio, celebrated the fighter's superior handling and combat agility. Next, our land-based bombers and dive bombers took off in pairs. The bombers demonstrated steady cruising and simulated frontline strike runs under heavy payloads. Chief Designer Beltramini explained that the reinforced airframe was optimized for area bombardment against enemy fortifications and coastal positions. I commended the design while urging the team to keep pushing for greater range and payloads exceeding 1,000 kilograms. The naval aviation demonstration followed, featuring carrier-based fighters and dive bombers equipped with folding wings, arresting hooks, and reinforced landing gear. The carrier fighters exhibited stable low-speed handling and short takeoff capabilities essential for narrow flight decks, prompting Rear Admiral Romeo Bernardi to praise their forgiving flight characteristics. The carrier dive bombers then executed steep 60-degree dives with deployed air brakes, pulling out cleanly under heavy gravitational forces to prove their precision strike capabilities. After the aircraft landed, I addressed the assembled pilots through a megaphone, thanking them on behalf of the King and the armed forces for creating a protective shield over Italian skies. When Beltramini asked about naming the aircraft, I instituted a standardized alphanumeric naming system, based on the role and finalization year. The land fighter became the C-28-1, the bomber the B-28-1, and the carrier fighter the CB-28-1, establishing a practical naming standard for all future weapons. On the drive back to Rome, Marshal Armando Diaz, whose health had stabilized thanks to our experimental penicillin treatments, asked me directly about the ultimate scope of my ambitions. I looked at the loyal old soldier and told him that our true goal was nothing less than the revival of the Roman Empire. Stunned by the revelation, Diaz finally understood the grand vision driving all of our military reforms. Observing General Armando Diaz's declining health reminded me of a critical shortage. Italy possessed very few seasoned commanders capable of directing modern mass armies. General Diaz was the true architect of our defensive salvation in the Great War. Unlike Luigi Cadorna, whose rigid doctrine and bloody Isonzo offensives had cost countless lives. I wanted to honor Diaz's monumental contributions while he was still alive. I met with my father at the palace and proposed reforming our military hierarchy by elevating Diaz to the unique rank of Marshal of Italy. My father worried that establishing such a high rank might trigger great inflation, noting how general ranks had multiplied after the war. I reassured him that I would strictly tighten all promotion thresholds. We established distinct criteria for peacetime and wartime, requiring double the service time and demonstrable accomplishments during peace to prevent unearned promotions. Satisfied with the plan, my father agreed to prepare a grand investiture ceremony. I then convened an emergency military conference with our armed forces leadership. I announced the elevation of General Diaz to Marshal, while creating the second highest unified rank of Grand General for Navy Minister Paulo Theon de Revel. Overcome with gratitude, Revel thanked me for the profound recognition. I clarified that Marshal and Grand General would serve as unified supreme ranks above the individual service branches, designed for commanders capable of directing combined joint operations. To prevent arbitrary advancements, promotion to these two highest ranks would require decisive combat, victories, and transformational contributions to national defense, remaining strictly barred during peacetime. The officers realized that our ongoing military expansion was laying the ground for future campaigns where such honors could be earned. Finally, I directed the leadership to overhaul the promotion rules for lieutenant generals and general officers. When War Minister Pietro Badoglio asked why our long-standing system needed changing, I pointed out its core flaw, linking rank rigidly to administrative postings based on aristocratic lineage and seniority, rather than tactical merit. This system blocked capable officers from humble backgrounds from rising to senior commands. To build an adaptable officer corps capable of winning modern wars, we needed to break traditional aristocratic privileges and establish true merit-based advancement. I presented my plan to reform our command hierarchy, decoupling military rank from rigid administrative positions and allowing capable officers to assume higher operational commands across ranks. Under this rule, a talented major general could serve as a corps commander without demanding automatic promotion to lieutenant general. When Army Chief Giuseppe Vaccari and War Minister Pietro Badoglio worried that higher promotions would become harder and the major general tier might become congested, I explained that this strict filter was intentional. In peacetime, it curbed rank inflation. In wartime, it prevented the devaluation of the general officer corps while rewarding true merit. To prevent administrative bottlenecks, I introduced a system of provisional wartime brevet appointments. A major general with the proven ability to lead an army group would be provisionally advanced to lieutenant general, earning the official commission only after passing formal performance evaluations. We then finalized the unified military rank structure across the armed forces. Supreme Unified Ranks: Marshal of the Armed Forces, Grand General. General Officers: General, Lieutenant General, Major General. Brigadier Generals: First Class, Second Class, Third Class, Brigadier General. Field Officers: Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, Major. Company Officers: Captain, First Lieutenant, Second Lieutenant. Non-commissioned officers: First Class, Second Class, Third Class Sergeant. Enlisted: Private First Class, Private Second Class, Private. We divided the brigadier rank into 3 tiers to oversee newly designated brigade formations, specialized heavy artillery, independent tank regiments, and regional fortress garrisons. With the new rank system in place, I initiated a major command transition across our active corps. 11 of our 14 active corps commanders were nearing retirement age. With a major European conflict likely within a decade, these aging officers would be in their 70s and unable to sustain high-intensity modern combat. I ordered them transferred into a newly created Supreme Officer Advisory Group, granting them generous retirement pensions, while tapping their combat experience to train incoming leadership. This opened command positions for capable 50-year-old major generals and division commanders tested in the Great War. Following the conference, I visited General Armando Diaz to personally deliver the news of his elevation to Marshal of Italy. Deeply moved, the aged general expressed his profound gratitude to the royal family. I assured him that the honor was well earned as his leadership on the Piave River had saved the nation from total collapse. Together with Pietro Badoglio and Giuseppe Vaccari, I carefully selected successors for our command structure. We filled vacancies across 11 Army Corps with experienced deputy commanders and division leaders, lowering the average age of Corps commanders to 50 and division commanders to 45. This ensured our leadership was young, energetic, and fully prepared for modern warfare. To prepare for our upcoming operations in the Balkans, I organized our troop deployments. Over the next 5 years, we prioritized the reorganization of the 1st Army, 2nd Army, 3rd Corps, 4th Corps, and 8th Army, expanding each corps to 3 full divisions. The 3rd and 4th Corps were positioned along the French-Italian border to counter potential French intervention and Yugoslav pressure. The 1st and 2nd Armies secured the southern mainland. The 8th Army served as the strategic reserve, and the 12th Corps prepared for future deployment to Albania. To arm these expanding forces, I ordered our experimental arsenal to finalize a reliable standard infantry rifle by the middle of next year, replacing outdated post-war stockpiles. I also established biennial nationwide military exercises, scheduling the first major war game for after my wedding next year. It pitted the 5th, 6th, and 7th Armies, using conventional tactics, against the combined modernized forces of the 12th Corps, the Armored Division, and the Air Force. On September 1, we held the Grand Military Promotion Ceremony at the Royal Ceremonial Square in Rome, broadcast live across the nation. Standing alongside my father, King Victor Emmanuel III, cabinet members, and high-ranking officers, we formally recognized our greatest wartime leaders. To begin the ceremony, my father praised General Armando Diaz for saving the nation at the Piave River and securing ultimate victory at Vittorio Veneto. My father pinned the new insignias onto Diaz's shoulders and presented him with the ornate marshal's scepter, officially making him the first marshal of Italy. Next, my father honored Navy Minister Paolo Thon di Revel for his 4 years of guarding our coastlines and bottling up the Austro-Hungarian fleet in the Adriatic, conferring upon him the highest naval rank of Grand General. Both commanders saluted the assembled officers, who returned the gesture with immense respect. Addressing the gathered armed forces, my father declared that our land, naval, and air arms would henceforth move forward together under modern doctrine, opening a new chapter of strength for the kingdom. Photographs of the ceremony dominated national newspapers the following morning, inspiring intense military pride and unity throughout Italy. Looking at the military photographs in the morning newspaper, an ambitious idea struck me. Rather than handing out token souvenirs on my wedding day, I decided to turn the celebration into a historic event that directly engaged the younger generation. I planned to gift every Italian boy a tailored child-sized military uniform with boots, and every girl an elegant princess dress, accompanied by wedding cake and confections. When I presented the concept to my parents in the palace living room, my father, King Victor Emmanuel III, was stunned by the massive projected cost. However, my mother, Queen Elena, supported it enthusiastically. She recognized that bringing the public into our royal celebration would reinforce our bond with ordinary families and elevate the monarchy's standing. My parents agreed to cover the formal wedding expenses, leaving me to finance the nationwide children's gift package. I tasked my 2 elder sisters with managing the gift preparations, assigning my assistant Sulmona to coordinate with government agencies to collect accurate age, height, and sizing data for children across the country. After finalizing our domestic plans, I called Princess Marie-José in Belgium. Delighted by the romantic gesture, she playfully urged me to extend the exact same gift package to the children of Belgium. While funding over 1 million gift sets abroad was an enormous expense, I viewed Belgium as an essential partner in our long-term European integration. I accepted the challenge and jokingly warned her that this wedding had completely emptied my savings. In Brussels, King Albert I was initially taken aback when Marie-José shared the plan. Calculating the costs against the state budget, he quickly realized the Belgian treasury could never afford such lavish spending. To preserve the Belgian court's dignity, we arranged a compromise. The Belgian authorities would collect the children's sizing data, my Italian manufacturing firms would produce and fund the clothing, and the Belgian royal house would supply the cakes and candies. Back in Rome, my mother teased me for being extravagant for my bride. Seeing my parents in high spirits, I quietly slipped away from the living room. Relieved of daily governance, my father enjoyed a peaceful life, while I continued leveraging every milestone to consolidate public devotion behind the crown. Back in the Prime Minister's office, Foreign Minister Carlo Schanzel came to report on recent diplomatic developments. Under French leadership, the Kellogg-Briand Pact had been drafted to renounce war as an instrument of national policy, and Italy was among the first 15 signatory nations. However, the United States and France had deliberately excluded the Soviet Union, prompting Moscow to seek our diplomatic assistance to join the convention and escape international isolation. Knowing the pact was merely a temporary diplomatic gesture, with no binding power once an economic crisis hit, I saw clear value in backing our Eastern trading partner. I advised Schanzel to warn French Foreign Minister Aristide Briand that excluding Moscow would only stoke Soviet paranoia, trigger a major arms race, and destabilize European peace. Simultaneously, I instructed Schanzel to quietly suggest a counter-strategy to the Soviet ambassador. Moscow should publicly expose the anti-Soviet undertones of the treaty, while announcing large-scale border military buildups to intimidate the Western powers into negotiations. Our core strategy remained pragmatic neutrality, maintain good terms with both sides while securing practical economic benefits. Looking across the Atlantic, I observed Wall Street's feverish stock market drawing global capital back to the United States. This rapid outflow was already triggering currency devaluations, business failures, and early recessions across Latin American nations. Recognizing these dangerous tremors preceding the 1929 crash, I ensured our foreign assets would be completely withdrawn by early next year, while our Treasury and Commerce ministries prepared defensive reserves to cushion domestic industries against sudden factory closures. Our upcoming military procurement cycle would sustain domestic manufacturing throughout any downturn. Meanwhile, in Moscow, Joseph Stalin met with Foreign Affairs Commissar Georgy Chicherin and Maxim Litvinov to review our confidential telegram. Agreeing with my assessment of Western vulnerability, Stalin approved our proposed strategy. He directed Litvinov to publicly denounce the pact as an anti-Soviet bloc and order massive military exercises along the Polish and Romanian borders to pressure Paris and Washington. To reciprocate our diplomatic backing, Stalin decided to expand economic and technological exchanges with Italy. He instructed Litvinov to draft a comprehensive procurement package with Soviet economic planners and prepare for direct negotiations in Rome, cementing our role as Moscow's vital industrial partner. In Moscow, Soviet leadership reviewed the immense demands of their first five-year plan, aiming to build an independent heavy industrial base and shift entirely to a command economy. The plan required massive infusions of foreign machinery and advanced technology. With British and French trade severed, Italy served as the primary economic gateway and transit hub for Western industrial goods entering the Soviet Union. I ensured Italy offered Moscow favorable terms that Western capitalist nations refused to match. We extended generous foreign currency credit lines in pounds, dollars, and francs, accepting repayment in crude oil and strategic minerals rather than hard currency. This arrangement spared the Soviet Union from excessive, forced grain requisitions to buy equipment. When Foreign Affairs Commissar Georgy Chicherin voiced concern about relying too heavily on a single trade partner, Joseph Stalin noted that Italy provided critical loans and machinery that Germany could not match. Stalin viewed our partnership as pragmatic, reliable, and completely free of ideological conditions. Curious about our domestic transformation, Stalin asked his diplomats for their assessment of Italy. Maxim Litvinov reported that while Italy remained a monarchy, our sweeping reforms mirrored socialist ideals in practice. Our moderate land redistribution, extensive infrastructure programs, electrified rural communities, 8-hour workdays, and high living standards had created a thriving, modernized society whose steel production already surpassed that of the Soviet Union. However, Litvinov noted that Italy's long-term growth ceiling remained constrained by its limited domestic population, territory, and natural resources. Stalin agreed with this assessment, remarking that if I commanded the vast territory and resources of the Soviet Union, I might have become another Napoleon. He recognized that our mutual alignment was rooted in necessity. Italy required Soviet raw materials and open markets, while Moscow needed Italian technology and industrial equipment. Stalin also saw past our surface neutrality, anticipating that our rising influence in Albania and Greece would inevitably trigger a major clash with Britain and France over control of the Balkans. Recognizing that Italy would eventually be forced into open confrontation with the Western imperial powers, Stalin viewed our kingdom as a vital, natural ally for the Soviet Union in the conflicts to come. Following our established plan, Foreign Minister Carlo Schanzel traveled directly to Paris to meet with French Foreign Minister Aristide Briand. As a chief architect of the Kellogg-Briand Pact, Briand sought lasting European peace through Franco-German reconciliation, but he had excluded the Soviet Union from the anti-war pact due to ideological hostility. Schanzel raised the matter directly, explaining that completely isolating Moscow would heighten Soviet paranoia and increase the risk of border conflicts with French allies like Poland and Romania. Briand was initially skeptical, believing the Soviets were too weak to risk military action, but agreed to discuss the matter with U.S. Secretary of State Frank Kellogg. Briand then shifted the conversation to extending our bilateral Franco-Italian trade pact and shared his ambitious vision for a unified European Union to permanently prevent future wars. While Schanzel engaged Briand in diplomatic discussions, the Soviet leadership executed the pressure strategy I had recommended. Moscow published widespread media campaigns, exposing the anti-Soviet nature of the treaty, announced an immediate military expansion of 500,000 troops, and launched massive live-fire exercises along the Polish and Romanian borders. Terrified of a full-scale Soviet invasion, Poland rapidly mobilized its armed forces, while Romania reinforced its frontiers and urgently pleaded with Paris for military backing. The sudden war scare caused widespread public anxiety across Europe. Fearing another devastating continental conflict, international media outlets and the public pressured Western governments, placing Washington and Paris at the center of the political storm. Confronted with the rapid escalation on his Eastern Alliance borders, and anxious and embarrassed, Briand admitted to Schanzel that our warnings had been entirely accurate. Schanzel urged immediate diplomatic action rather than regret to prevent an accidental clash. Recognizing the severe danger of a wider conflict, Briand rushed to draft an urgent telegram to Washington, while the French cabinet convened an emergency session to resolve the crisis, perfectly aligning with our broader strategy to keep European diplomacy fluid and responsive to our influence. Frustrated by the diplomatic fallout, U.S. President Calvin Coolidge directed Secretary of State Frank B. Kellogg to travel to France and integrate the Soviet Union into the Kellogg-Briand Pact, aiming to preserve America's global leadership in peace negotiations. French Foreign Minister Aristide Briand agreed, and both powers asked our Foreign Minister Carlo Schanzel to mediate. Schanzel arranged 5-party talks in Switzerland, and by late September, the Soviet Union formally acceded to the treaty, ending the Eastern border crisis. Following the signing, Maxim Litvinov arrived in Rome with his economic delegation to finalize an expanded trade framework with Italy, while the Soviet trade deficit with us grew. The arrangement allowed our manufacturers to supply machinery, industrial goods, and specialized equipment in exchange for essential raw materials and energy reserves. Meanwhile, at 10 Downing Street, British Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin and Foreign Secretary Austen Chamberlain grew alarmed by Italy's steady economic growth and our close alignment with France. Recognizing that Britain's own economic vulnerabilities prevented direct containment, Chamberlain proposed a shift in strategy, cede British interference in the Balkans, and subtly encourage our regional ambitions. Because Yugoslavia and Romania were close allies of Paris, British leadership calculated that our inevitable push into the Balkans would fracture Franco-Italian relations without costing London a single soldier. Furthermore, Baldwin decided to loosen military restrictions on Germany to balance French power on the continent. At the Chigi Palace, I reviewed our finalized trade framework with the Soviet Union, which doubled our bilateral trade volume and established a powerful economic buffer against the coming global depression. By selling off older industrial machinery to Moscow, Italian factories gained the capital and demand needed to modernize their own manufacturing lines. We formally signed the renewed agreement in early November, coinciding with Herbert Hoover's decisive victory in the U.S. presidential election. In early December, our civil aviation group launched applications to establish international transit air routes across Europe. Drawing on our advanced domestic engines and airframe designs, we introduced 30 passenger transport aircraft capable of cruising at 200 kilometers per hour with a 1,000-kilometer range. Moscow eagerly accepted our flight corridors, establishing a northern transit route through Berlin and Minsk and a southern route linking Rome, Tirana, Istanbul, Odessa, Kyiv, and Moscow. Alongside our Mediterranean seaplane network, these air corridors expanded our commercial reach and geopolitical influence across Eurasia. In early January 1929, I convened the cabinet for our midterm assessment of national reforms over the past 6 years. Interior Minister Silvano Berti delivered the first report outlining our comprehensive restructuring of the police force. By purging corrupt officers and recruiting military veterans and police academy graduates, we drastically elevated law enforcement standards. Strict laws, swift on-the-spot enforcement against violent resistance, and triple penalties for corrupt officials caused crime rates to plummet by 10% annually, turning Italy into the safest nation in Europe. This exceptional security attracted a 5-fold increase in foreign residents and a 10-fold increase in high-level international talent. In public welfare, our substantial investments yielded extraordinary demographic growth. 6 years of maternal and healthcare subsidies resulted in 8 million newborns and an annual net population growth of 850,000. By the end of 1928, Italy's native population reached 47 million, surpassing both Britain and France. Maternity subsidies reached 4 billion lira, while healthcare reimbursements absorbed 1 billion lira to support children, the elderly, and critical care. Agriculture Minister Ettore Rossi reported next. Although urban industrial growth drew 10% of the agricultural workforce into cities, domestic food production continued to climb. The government protected migrating farmers by subletting their retained rural land to neighbors and purchasing surplus crops at stable domestic prices amidst falling global commodity rates. I affirmed Rossi's findings, emphasizing that rural land security was the indispensable bedrock of our social stability. I directed the Ministry of Agriculture to establish strict land red lines to prevent disorderly urban sprawl and speculative encroachment. Rossi confirmed that 2/3 of our national water conservancy network, including reservoirs, dams, and irrigation canals, had been completed, permanently shielding the nation from future famines with modern agricultural machinery and fertilizers. Finally, Finance Minister Giulio Vaccari presented our financial achievements. Annual fiscal revenue surged from less than 20 billion lira 6 years ago to 43 billion lira. Driven by consumption taxes, state monopolies, income taxes, and National Development Group profits, our revenue now ranked 3rd in the world, surpassing France and closely trailing Britain. Vaccari projected revenue to reach 50 billion lira by the end of our 10-year plan, while cautioning that growth would moderate due to resource constraints and looming global market turmoil. I commended Vaccari's grounded assessment, reminding the cabinet that true administrative capability is tested, not during easy growth, but when managing economic downturns, and signaled for the reporting to continue. Treasury Minister Marco Rinaldi opened the second half of our cabinet review with the expenditure report. Total government outlays reached 46.2 billion lira against 43 billion in revenue, resulting in a controlled deficit of 3.2 billion lira. Major spending allocations included 15 billion for national construction, 7 billion each for military modernization, general administration, and social welfare, 4 billion for education, and 2.2 billion for debt service. As large-scale infrastructure projects neared completion over the next 4 years, construction spending would taper off, shifting our national budget into a healthy surplus. Next, Commerce and Industry Minister Carlo Fabrizi reported monumental industrial growth. Domestic crude steel production rose to 9.1 million tons, and pig iron output reached 8.5 million tons, surpassing Britain to place Italy fourth globally. Over 50,000 new small and medium enterprises were established under streamlined registration rules and strict anti-fraud oversight. Driven by robust exports to the Soviet Union, France, Belgium, and Latin America, foreign trade reached $2.9 billion in exports against $2.7 billion in imports, generating a $200 million trade surplus. Fabrizi noted that this represented a historical peak before global markets began contracting. Public Works Minister Daniele Costa reviewed our infrastructure milestones. Thermal and hydroelectric projects were 70% complete, alongside experimental wind facilities in Sardinia. Rail modernization stood at 60%, achieving full electrification, double tracking, and standardized routes. Highway networks reached 70% completion, connecting every rural village to the national transit grid, while strategic expressways were halfway finished. In North Africa, 60% of the 1,600-kilometer Libyan coastal railway had been constructed across challenging desert terrain, with early sections already open for trial operations. Education Minister Emilio Benedetti delivered exceptional results. We achieved our target of establishing one primary school for every 1,000 households, ensuring complete rural coverage. Secondary boarding schools met regional demands across the mainland and Libya. We registered 30 new higher education institutions, including 5 comprehensive universities, 5 teacher colleges, and 20 technical vocational institutes, expanding university enrollment to 80,000 students and compulsory primary and secondary attendance to 5.5 million. I led a warm round of applause, acknowledging education as the vital pillar of our future. Brief concluding summaries followed from the Ministries of Justice, Labor, and Religious Affairs, highlighting reduced wrongful convictions, strong judicial accountability, protected worker benefits, and stable civil administration. With the midterm reviews successfully concluded, I adjourned the session to let each ministry prepare its individual budget allocations for the year ahead. Following a brief rest after the cabinet reviews, I convened our scheduled military conference alongside Treasury Minister Marco Rinaldi to set operational tasks for the coming year. I announced an immediate increase in our national military budget to 9 billion lira to support expanded troop strengths and procure standardized weapons. I noted my dissatisfaction with the reorganization pace of the 5 priority Army Corps, ordering them fully manned within the first half of the year to prepare for upcoming operations. With 250,000 trained personnel in our first reserve pool across all branches, troop shortages were unacceptable. Pietro Badoglio pledged that the Army would meet full manning deadlines while urging rapid delivery of new service rifles. I confirmed that the 5 Corps would bring our standing army to 450,000 active soldiers, ensuring that the budget increase would first secure competitive pay and purchase modern weapons. For the Air Force, I mandated that at least 300 new combat aircraft enter service this year, including 200 modern frontline fighters to secure air superiority over France. Air Force Minister Giulio Duhet, Deputy Minister Giuseppe Valle, and Chief of Staff Pier Piccio pledged to complete the delivery of the new aircraft alongside our experimental manufacturing plants, replacing outdated World War I equipment. Turning to naval matters, Navy Minister Paolo Thaun di Revel reported on our fleet construction. By adopting modular assembly techniques and working around the clock, our first light aircraft carrier was on track for launch by March 1930, testing our capacity for rapid wartime shipbuilding. Capital battleship construction was progressing steadily and would follow a year later. Revel also outlined our shipbuilding infrastructure. We consolidated major naval yards across Naples, Genoa, and La Spezia for capital ships, expanded the Adriatic Joint Shipyard for cruisers, and tripled the Monfalcone yards for submarine manufacturing. I emphasized that the military must never fear spending money on armaments. I reminded the commanders of past nations crippled by indemnities, and how Britain and France had disregarded Italy's wartime sacrifices because our armed forces were perceived as weak. Without a powerful military shield, foreign powers would eventually seize our economic gains. Moved by the challenge, the assembled generals and admirals saluted in unison, pledging to build an invincible military capable of defending our homeland and expanding our territory across the Mediterranean. Following the military conference, Intelligence Director Basso reported that King Alexander I of Yugoslavia had dissolved parliament, suspended the constitution, and established a royal dictatorship to suppress surging ethnic unrest. I asked Basso about our covert operations across the Adriatic. He confirmed that we had successfully trained 3,000 fighters each from Croatia and Slovenia, using our front mercenary organization on a rented Greek island. Reviewing the map, I proposed using our planned annexation of Albania to draw Yugoslavia into a localized conflict, allowing us to defeat their army, spark internal civil war, and reclaim Dalmatia and Montenegro. Basso suggested a refined, multi-step strategy. Infiltrate northern Albanian tribes to orchestrate a border provocation with Yugoslavia after the merger referendum, while also arming ethnic Albanian refugees from Yugoslavia to wear down their military. Agreeing that overt aggression would disrupt the general peace in Europe, I approved Basso's layered approach to maintain pressure. Basso also updated me on Greece. Dictator Theodoros Pangalos had consolidated military and political power by eliminating his opposition. Meanwhile, the Greek public had grown deeply favorable toward Italy, thanks to our humanitarian aid, housing solutions, and job opportunities for refugees. In northern Greece, Italians were widely admired as cultured, prosperous, and fair partners. Recognizing that the cultural debate over Roman heritage was cooling down, I searched for a compelling new concept to rekindle Mediterranean solidarity. While reviewing imperial history in the palace library, I noticed a striking mathematical connection. Counting from the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 AD to the present year of 1929 totaled exactly 1,453 years, the exact date marking the fall of the Eastern Roman Empire in 1453. I drafted a cultural campaign, linking the two historic milestones to coincide with our post-wedding cinema screenings, and dispatched the proposal via Sulmona to the National Revival Party headquarters. Enrico Corradini and Luigi Federzoni recognized the brilliance of using this symbolic historical anniversary to launch a fresh intellectual debate with Greek scholars. By keeping shared Roman heritage constantly in the public eye, we continued to dissolve cultural barriers and lay the psychological groundwork for our future Mediterranean unification. In late January, our service ministers, armed forces leaders, and military engineers convened at the experimental zone with the directors of various research institutes to finalize weapon procurement orders. The Army accounted for the largest share of our rearmament program under our new organizational structure. Each newly structured infantry division required substantial quantities of small arms and heavy support weapons. The equipment checklist included 7,000 standard rifles, 3,000 carbines, sniper rifles, submachine guns, and sidearms, alongside over 400 light, heavy, and anti-aircraft machine guns. Artillery and support assets per division featured 60mm and 81mm mortars, 108 anti-tank guns, 37mm anti-aircraft batteries, 72 light and heavy 105mm howitzers, and 12 150mm heavy howitzers. Combined with 1,500 logistics vehicles, basic equipment for a single division cost 37 million lira. Under this organization, a full Army Corps comprised 3 infantry divisions, a tank regiment, a heavy artillery regiment, a motorized rapid response regiment, and dedicated support units, bringing the outfitting cost of a single corps to 200 million lira. Reorganizing 5 corps cost 1 billion lira. An independent armored division cost 120 million lira due to the integration of self-propelled artillery, anti-tank guns, and anti-aircraft systems. Reviewing the massive order, Arsenal General Manager Emilio Londini voiced serious concerns. The internal experimental zone factories lacked the production capacity to deliver the required equipment on time. requesting an extension until mid-1930. Both War Minister Pietro Badoglio and Air Force Deputy Minister Giuseppe Valle insisted that we could not afford delays, as the 6 frontline armies needed to be fully armed by next year to meet our strategic deadlines and deter French intervention. Uberto Ferrari, director of the Tank Research Institute, offered a practical solution: subcontracting manufacturing to domestic commercial industrial partners while retaining the military arsenal as our core research and backup production base. By sending technical advisors to train civilian factory workers and retool assembly lines, we could quickly expand production. Landini agreed to this approach with strict security safeguards, authorizing external manufacturers to produce conventional artillery, ammunition, and non-core components, while keeping advanced proprietary components for rifles, tanks, and aircraft inside our state facilities. Badoglio accepted the compromise, urging all departments to meet my strategic timelines, while institute directors escorted the generals to inspect and test finalized weapon prototypes. Landini immediately convened the procurement and contracting departments to onboard qualified industrial manufacturers across Italy.